Okay, I think I'm live. Never know. Just checking all the platforms, Kick, Twitch and YouTube. Is Twitch actually working? Okay, looks like it. Okay, I'm doing something a little different today. No cleaning, just I don't know, I have seen some old bananas and I thought I'd use them up. And I thought, why not stream? Because yeah, I've got nothing better to do, I guess. Yeah, so we'll see how this goes. Hopefully I've set it all up properly. I'm streaming from somewhere else, so who knows. First, I'm going to go get myself some coffee. Getting a little bit warm in here. I might put the fan on. If it's too noisy, let me know. Once that's happening, I'm going to drink my creatine. Wondering what this is. Coffee's done. got my caffeine. I don't know, I feel a bit strange. I usually have my like cleaning props. So the setup's kind of weird. At least when I'm playing a game, I'm like concentrating. Ooh, what's that chat say? Bananas with garlic and chili. I don't know about that. Although most of my stuff usually has garlic on it, so I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know, my wooden spoon probably puts a bit of garlic flavour unintentionally in there. I will be adding some cinnamon though. I like a bit of cinnamon in my my cake. Unfortunately, I don't have any dried fruit or anything. This is kind of an impromptu kind of stream. I wasn't planning on it, so yeah. I don't know why I feel more nervous doing this than I do cleaning, but yeah. And hey Spiro, by the way, how's it going? Got no cleaning today. The guests are still here. That'll be on, I think they check out Thursday, and then I'll be doing like a inspection on the Thursday, and then I've got like a couple of days, so I won't be I won't be straight into full clean. Let me check if I'm signed into Airbnb on this computer. I'm not signed in on this one. I have to do some sort of special code, so never mind. It's actually sunny. The storm has gone in the UK, is it? It's actually starting to get a little cooler here. Still kind of warm, so I've got the fan on, so hopefully it's not too noisy. But yeah, I've had starting to get to the kind of time of year where I can actually go outside without frying, which is kind of nice. Got that there. Okay, so I've got one little problem. I did find a recipe. Usually when I cook, I don't use a recipe, but when it comes to baking, I like to have at least some sort of reference, but it is in American conversions, like cups and stuff. And I'm used to using grams and kilos, metric. But I probably should have pre-converted all this stuff, but we'll see how I get on. Maybe I'll end up with some banana bread that tastes delicious, or maybe I'm going to end up with some slop. It's just going to be me eating it anyway, so. And yeah, full disclaimer, I'm not actually like the best of cooks. I'm okay. Like when it comes to savoury stuff, I'm not too bad, but when it comes to baking, I'm not the best. I just don't do it very often, so it's kind of like an experiment. Sorry, my voice seems to be going. Let me read through this. Gather all the ingredients, I've done that. Preheat the oven, haven't done that. What's 350 degrees Fahrenheit? What is that in Celsius? Uh, 177. Oh, it actually says it in the recipe. Okay, 175, so it's close. Alright, I'm just going to turn the oven on, I'll be right back. Make it nice and toasty in here. It's not warm enough. Hopefully that's not too noisy for you guys with the fan and the oven on. Don't know. But one problem with my oven as well, it's kind of old, and all the numbers are kind of scratched off from cleaning it over the years, and so I kind of got to guess the temperature. It's also not the best oven. It kind of like heats up on one side and the other side is a bit cold, but yeah, it does the job mostly. Again, it's just going to be me eating it, so. And these bananas would just get thrown away otherwise. It's just the other stuff like the butter and the sugar. Okay, oven on. It says to grease the pan, but I might do that after I've cut up the butter. Okay, so I need to combine flour, baking soda and salt in a large pan, in a large bowl even. I actually have a bowl for once, like for a while I was using, I had to use an old saucepan. My kitchen is not very kitted out compared to the Airbnb, so. You have an air fryer, rice cooker and microwave. That's a bit of a flex. I don't have any of those. The Airbnb has a microwave, but yeah, I don't actually have one. When I bought the house, there was one here, but like the oven, there was a massive hole in it, so not very useful. There was also like TVs throughout, and all the cables had been cut for some reason. I think the previous owner was a bit of a jokester. But yeah, when I was buying the place, there was a family living here, so I thought, oh, easy to move into, everything's here, they've got an oven, all that stuff, but I didn't actually open up the oven, so that's a little tip. If you're buying a house, actually open up the stuff. Yeah, I don't have a TV either, just the one in the Airbnb, but it's a bit small to be in here. It's just so that people can watch Netflix on it. It doesn't actually, it's not actually connected to like the aerial or anything. It's just Netflix and YouTube or Google TV. I did used to have a projector and a projector screen, but it died last year, or the beginning of this year I think. It just, the bulb popped. So I don't know if I can get a replacement bulb or if I have to get a new one. One of the problems we're having, these sort of walls, I can't just project on the walls. I mean I can, but it looks pretty naff. But yeah, I haven't had a TV in ages. Occasionally I'll watch some dodgy TV on YouTube, like MasterChef I've been watching. That's why I guess that's what's inspired me to do some cooking today. And now that it's finally getting to like a reasonable temperature, I can turn the oven on without, I mean it makes me hot but not too bad. Okay, probably should measure some of this stuff out, right? Oh no, it's a fly. So, 2 cups of all-purpose flour. So, 2 cups. Yes, I'm like typing one-handed, so 2 cups flour in grams. Yeah, that's what I want. So 2 cups of all-purpose flour is approximately 240 grams apparently, but then is that US cups? Okay, the website I've got has actually got the conversions, but on a separate site, so page. So 1 cup apparently, according to this, is 125, so that's 250, which is more or less what the Google told me. So I watched this earlier, so I have to reset this as well. At some point I might be getting a delivery as well. I've actually ordered a power bank, so maybe at some point I'll actually go outside and touch some grass and see some Malta and take you guys with me, but we'll see. Okay, that's on the 0. These scales aren't the best either, they're like just cheap ones, so it's not going to be very accurate, like old school. I feel like I'm back in school. These kind of things we used to use there. So that's 200, because 300 is there. So somewhere around there, approximately. Okay, so it doesn't have very accurate, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe a little bit more, whatever. So I've got really bad posture. I wouldn't usually cook over here, usually I do it in the kitchen, but the kitchen, it's a bit of a state. I did a roast chicken yesterday. Roast chicken, roast potatoes with some beetroot. Yeah, that's more or less right. Two cups of flour, a teaspoon of baking soda. Teaspoon. There's a teaspoon. I should put this in another window. And I can see chat and the recipe at the same time. Yeah, I've heard people can make bread and all sorts in the air fryer. I would like to get one eventually, maybe even get one for the Airbnb, as there's not an oven. But it does mean it'll be something extra for me to clean, so I don't know. The microwave they've got in the Airbnb is like a microwave grill, so they've kind of got something to cook with, but and hello San2358, how's it going? So I didn't see you there. I was like reading my recipe, trying to measure. And Island Adventure, yes, hopefully. We'll see. I don't know, it depends on the weather as well. It's been like a little bit not as good. I think baking powder and baking soda are basically the same thing. So, a teaspoon of baking soda. That's definitely a teaspoon, this one looks big. Yeah, that's the tablespoon. Is that Cax or Cash? How's it going? So I'm like looking at chat over here, but I've got to remember to look over here as well. Still pretty new to the streaming stuff, especially this type of stream. That was a bit lumpy, so just smush that a bit. I'm going to take a little bit of that out. I don't want to make it taste weird. Just a touch. Making banana bread. Hopefully we'll see if it turns out alright or not. I'm not a master chef or a master baker. I'm used to just kind of making it up, so I'm actually trying to follow a recipe, but it's in US, so US conversions, and I'm from the UK, so I usually use metric. And I think even when we use cups, it's actually different in the UK. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. I know pints are different. Okay, so 2 cups all-purpose flour, 1 teaspoon of baking soda, 1/4 teaspoon of salt. It's definitely, yeah. I think I need to get my eyes checked. I'm not able to see as well as I used to. It's been a while. I'll do. That's the salt. Get out of the way. Get the flour out of the way. I should put stuff over here. Yeah, I don't often bake stuff either, like, the only reason I'm doing this is I had some old bananas, so I thought, why not? Oh, hey, Bushcraft, how's it going? Okay, no worries. Well, if you want to say anything, just feel free. It's probably going to take me a while to do this because I'm really bad with, like, maths and converting stuff. And yeah, baking isn't my forte. This is actually my first baking stream, so I feel a bit uneasy. I'm used to having like some spray or like a sponge or some vacuum cleaner on my hand to feel comfortable. Also, my house looks like a disaster zone, so I'm trying my best not to show too much. Okay, what next? Okay, you know what, I'm actually going to put this stuff into a separate bowl. I only have one mixing bowl, so I can't do wet stuff in one and the other, so this is where it's going to go everywhere. It's quite nice knowing this is just for me, so if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. I don't have to worry about like someone arriving soon. Usually I'm trying to like get stuff done for someone else and like get a bit perfectionist with it, but when it comes to my own stuff, then I don't really care. My own house and my own cooking and everything, just a bit more easy. And if I give myself food poisoning, that's just myself. I don't have to worry. Although so far I've not given anyone food poisoning, thankfully, not that I know of. Okay, that's that. I need brown sugar and the butter. And it says an electric mixer, but I'm going to have to do this by hand because I do not have one of those. So, 3/4 of a cup of brown sugar. What is that in grams? Sugar granulated, packed sugar. 165 grams, that's quite precise. So there's 100 there, it'll be roughly about there, whatever. Yeah, that probably would have been smart to put it in some AI thing, but it's kind of started now. I found they've got like the conversions on a different page, so it's alright. The only other problem I have is like I've got one of these like really cheap, old school kind of like baking in school type scales that isn't very accurate. Like it doesn't even like I don't know. I've got to find where 165 is on that, so it's going to be approximate. I've got like a quite darker sugar than what they've got actually in the recipe, but we'll see how it goes. I've got decided to use this one. Gives it more of a molasses kind of like a flavour. Maybe I should have got the lighter brown, but I chose this one. Oops. It's probably like 100. So I need like a little bit more. A little bit more. Why not? Don't want to make it too sweet. Maybe a little bit more. Hi, is that Michael on YouTube? Still not used to streaming on YouTube either, so I kind of forget about you guys, sorry. Yeah. Well, that'll do. Combining with that, with, I think it's with 2 large beaten eggs. Let me have a look. Oh, sugar and butter. Where's my butter? It's under the chef. My little chef here. My little sous chef. And I think this actually has the grams on there. That butter is very soft. It doesn't take long in Malta. I only took it out of the fridge a little while ago. Half a cup of butter. What's half a cup of butter in the grams? Butter, butter, butter. Half a cup of butter, 113 grams. Leave that there a sec. I'm streaming on a Kick, Twitch and YouTube at the moment, so got all my bases covered, all the big ones. I need a knife to help. But yeah, I've only recently started streaming on YouTube as well. So that's 50, it's 100, and like half of that. Now I've measured it out, maybe I'll just quickly grease up my pan as well. Just wash my hands and then grease it up. Give my hands a nice good wash, and I'm gonna just I guess grab some of this and just rub it in, because it wouldn't be the usual scuff stream without just getting my hands in. Yeah, I'm doing mine in a bundt tin, by the way. I don't have a loaf tin, so. I got this a few years ago when a friend was leaving the island, so I inherited some stuff. I think they decided to go back to Estonia. I think now they're living in Georgia, which is somewhere I thought about moving to, but that was like pre the Ukraine war and stuff. I've got it in the crevices because it's got these, makes it look nice, but they're kind of hard to get into. Don't want it sticking. Okay, and now I've got a nice greasy hand. Bit of moisturiser. I probably should put this butter away before it ends up in a pool on the table, because it's already pretty melty. So I'm going to say goodbye to my little sous chef. Still too hot to have to use him, I think. Put them in the fridge. is where it gets interesting because I do not have an electric mixer, so I'm going to have to do this myself. And this butter is pretty, not butter, butter is soft. The sugar is pretty hard packed. It's brown sugar. What platform do I prefer best? I'm not sure I've got necessarily a favourite. Maybe it depends what stream I'm doing, what I'm streaming. I've met some nice people on Kick and on Twitch. I would say on Kick maybe I get a little bit more spam. But yeah, I don't think I've been streaming enough to to have a preference yet. And YouTube, I've only been doing like I've only done it a couple of, it's like maybe my third stream on YouTube. I would say it's a little bit harder to connect certain apps, like my usually on my other phone I have the chat. Open, and I can't get YouTube on there, sorry. I was worried I made a mistake then. I was just like thinking whilst also trying to talk. Multitasking is not my strong point. I'll just finish up my creatine so I don't knock it over. Maybe I should have sifted this sugar to make sure there's no lumps in it. But again, it's just me eating it, so maybe if it goes well, I'll let the neighbours have some. I have a feeling my neighbour doesn't like bananas, so probably not. It's dark outside. Thinking about it, actually this is my 4th YouTube one, so I guess I'm not completely new at it, but compared to the other platforms. I have to channel my inner electric whisk. No, it's not done yet, Dave. It's a long way off. I'm taking forever. I made a bit of a crucial error with the sugar. I forgot to kind of sieve it, so now I've got some lumps. And I don't have an electric whisk, so yeah. And yeah, Michael, on Twitch I've just got the same name. It's Lampuki on Twitch as well. I'm gonna move that as it's shaking a little bit. Oh. Foul there. I was saying earlier, at least I know that this is just for me, so there's no rush. Unlike with the Airbnb, I'm usually having to clean. For like actual paying guests coming, so if this goes wrong, or if I never finish it, the only people disappointed would maybe be you guys, but yeah. I'm trying to think. I think yeah, last time they left it pretty good. They were there for a week, so there were a lot of crumbs about, you know, which is typical. I've got new guests in at the moment, so we'll see how that is. But yeah, I think the last guest like did a lot of cooking and stayed in, so just lived in. I don't think there were like any major stains that I remember. I think it was like the first time in a while, so. I think any makeup stains I was able to get them out. I don't remember having to redo any laundry, thankfully. And yeah, I don't think there were any like mystery stains or anything. Yeah, with it still being summer in Malta, I haven't done baking in ages, so I'm just a bit rusty when it comes to the processes. Not that I'm like a master baker ordinarily, but it's like with anything, if you haven't done it for a while. Ideally, I don't want a big lump of sugar. First day of fall, is it? So Malta, it doesn't really get like full as much. Like, I don't know, I keep saying like, but yeah, it's kind of like different grades of summer and heat. Because even the spring can be quite warm. And I'd say the last couple of years, I don't know, the seasons seem to be a little different here. But usually, it used to be January and February were like the wettest months. I'd say the last couple of years it's been more kind of November, December, and January and February being kind of mild. I do like to make things harder for myself. I can't remember if you said before, but whereabouts are you located, Dave? Are you US, I'm assuming? Oh yeah, I remember. Oh yeah, they're like your. Oh, okay. like Blonde John, I think he was also from there as well. You can hear a bird here. It's actually my neighbour's birds. You can hear birds, they've got a few up there. And like also in their courtyard, birds are very popular here as a pet. I mean, I felt kind of indifferent to birds before, but this is kind of the nice one going, but it can be kind of annoying sometimes, I'll be honest. Like one of them is like just a screecher, just screeches all day. You often see like some of the old men in Malta, they'll go to like a pasticci place or a pub, and they'll have like a bird cage underneath them, so they're literally taking their birds to the to the pub or whatever with them. But it's kind of a strange sight at first. Kind of cruel for the birds to be in such small cages, but it's like a tradition. I'd say it's less common now, but yeah, they're usually a canary. Have a look underneath, have I got all these lumps out? There's a little bit of sugar there. Oh, baby spider, I've already made a mess of this. Leave that bit for now. I think I need to mush up my bananas. No, the little ones, I guess they'll fly away. They're not really trained. There is a guy with some sort of bird of prey, I'm not sure what it is, that walks around with it on his shoulder, and there's another guy that has an owl. I don't know if it's the same guy, but there's someone that takes his owl for a walk sometimes along the seafront. Actually, when I was looking at houses, unfortunately hunting is also quite big in Malta, and there's quite a few houses where you'll find stuffed birds. And if you go for a walk along the waterfronts, like along the coast during hunting season, you do see a lot of birds in tiny little cages on like these kind of like stands, which is quite cruel. It's like to attract other birds. They do like a lot of trapping. They get in a lot of trouble with the EU for that, but again, it's kind of like, they claim it's tradition or research. I think they said it's scientific research, but it's just hunting birds basically, shooting them. Yeah, sometimes endangered species also get killed, which is unfortunate. Not to get too political. I mean, Malta is a beautiful place, but yeah, the hunting is not something I like. What next? Okay, so I need to mush these bananas up. Yeah, I'm going to smush up those bananas good and proper. Get my feelings out about hunting. So it says with bananas, 2 1/3 cups of mashed overripe bananas. Don't think this is going to have the conversion here. Rice, no. What the hell, there's 2 1/3 cup, why can't I just say how many bananas? 2 1/3 cup. Yeah, I really should have found one that's like in metric. 2 1/3 cups of mashed banana. in grams, or maybe just in bananas. So that's 560 there. Maybe just put that in bananas. Is that going to work? In bananas. Yeah. How many bananas are in a cup? 1.5 bananas. Ugh. Oh, hey Ella, how's it going? What's up? I mean, I've got these, but like this is not cups, it's like, I think it's deciliter, DL, I don't know what that is. I think it might be half a cup, but I'm not totally sure. In the UK we tend to use metric, or sometimes ounces, and I think our cups might actually be different. But yeah, I'm used to just using grams and milliliters, all that stuff. But my scales aren't that accurate anyway, they're kind of like stupid ones. Like these, kind of like these ones which don't even have very precise, so I don't know. Yeah, to be honest, I've never heard of a deciliter. But that's what my cups are. Just tablespoons and teaspoons, and then a deciliter. I think it's deciliter. I looked it up earlier to see if it was a cup, but it's not. And yeah, Ella, I haven't finished making it yet. I'm still still creating it. It's taking a while. I've already made a few hiccups. So there's a whole page here about bananas. How many bananas are in a cup? 1 banana is that. So it's mashed. So I want a mashed one. Why is this so complicated? So I need 2 1/3 cups. So 2 cups is about 2 bananas. No, 4 bananas. Okay, well I've got 4 bananas, so I guess I'm not going to have quite as many as it says to have. I'm not going to have the extra third, but I think 2 of my bananas are quite big, so it'll do. Again, this is just for me anyway, so if I mess it up, I mess it up. As long as I don't make myself sick. I've already got 2 bananas in here. These are my very ripe ones, and then I've got 2 lesser ripe ones. How much time is taken to make banana bread? Well, according to the recipe, how much does that say? It should take, does it say? It says 15-minute prep time, and so far I've been streaming for how long? Make this window big. And I've been streaming for 50 minutes, so yeah, a little bit longer. But I was getting myself coffee and things, so. But I do have a bit of a handicap that I don't have an electric whisk, and I messed up with the sugar, so I also don't have that many bowls. Yeah, my kitchen is like surprisingly not that well equipped compared to my Airbnb, so. But yeah, like again, I'm just doing this for myself. It was like kind of an impromptu decision to stream this, so. It wasn't really planned. At least I don't have like a deadline like usual. I can just do this as I please. At least mixing it by hand means I deserve it more. I've like earned those calories. It's back on chat. And Dave, you think pounds are better than kilograms? I don't know, I think I disagree with you there. Yeah, maybe I'll have to move into the Airbnb. True. Well, when it comes to winter, I'll probably be shutting down, so I can borrow the equipment in the Airbnb, maybe. Yeah. At least I have an oven here, so that's one thing I've got over the Airbnb. And I'm just going to get these banana skins out of the way. What part couldn't you do, Spiro? The 1 hour prep or the just the baking itself? I always find no matter what I'm cooking, I do tend to take a lot longer than I think I'm going to. That's why it's always kind of stressful cooking for other people, but this time the only stressful thing is like I feel like people are actually watching me. They know how long I take, I'm really slow. By now I'm kind of a bit more used to doing the cleaning streams. Still a little bit nervous, but okay, these bananas are a bit more harder than the other ones. 1 hour fluffing about creating a meal takes 10 times longer than eating it. That's true. But at the same time, I don't know, I just like to take my time. I quite enjoy cooking, I just don't like the cleaning up afterwards. If I had a dishwasher, it would be nice. But yeah. I'm kind of out of practice because I don't know, during the summer I tend to not cook as much because it just gets hot, like the oven makes everything hot. Being over a stove is like the worst thing ever when it's really hot. banana smushed. But yeah, it's a lot more stressful like if I had someone waiting for this, like when I'm cooking a meal for like friends and family, and they're like, how long is it going to take? And then I never know. I think I've got a bit of a time blindness. I don't know. I do tend to lose track of time a lot, so I'm always having to write myself lists, otherwise I do tend to get sidetracked on little side missions and then forget about the original thing I'm doing. Then I end up doing nothing. I'm wishing I had another big bowl though, because these bananas are starting to overfill. Smush, 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 smush. Getting there. Good exercise for the arms though, although I'm mostly getting my right arm's going to be fitter than my left arm. I think my left arm is a bit less strong, I don't know, less muscly. That's a good way to get rid of the bingo wings. Although eating it's probably going to undo all that, so maybe just even it out. Okay. Well, that banana's all nicely mushed up. Sorry, just annoying me. Just put it over there for now. And I need to wash my finger. I've got banana on it. Another stressful thing about cooking for other people is like having to make sure my hair isn't getting into it. But I think so far I'm so good. Okay, just make sure I've definitely got all the bits out of this. I think it's looking pretty nice and creamy, the butter and the sugar. So it might be egg time. I think unlike the US, eggs are a reasonable price here, so if I do mess this up, I don't feel like I'm losing out too much. Maybe I should take that out so I can cut this shell some up. Oh no, that didn't open up as planned. Usually I'm doing this on my granite worktops, it opens the eggs a lot easier than this. I'll put a bit of shell in there. Nice one. A little bit of extra protein. Okay, that one's alright. Eggs. And so I'm going to have to go wash my fingers again, I've got eggs all over it. Not sure if I'm usually this messy when doing eggs or if it's just because people are watching me that I mess it up. Those and mix together. kind of made like a little well. I didn't really show you guys that, but yeah. Okay, and now combine that. I see all the sugar lumps in there. Fork, I can kind of get some of these sugar bits. That's a good whisk as well. These bananas in there. Delicious. a larger bowl would be helpful. I'd give it a good proper mixing. In the UK, they have like one of these massive, like, I don't know what they're called, but like they're kind of brown, kind of like traditional style ones that like my grandma used to use, my mum. But yeah, I could only bring so much with me. Had to give it away. Just put that there for a sec. Channel my inner whisk, electric whisk. Okay. Okay, and now let me just double check actually, maybe before I get ahead of myself. Blah, 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 blah. Stir banana mixture, until it's combined. Okay, so yeah, I think it's time to add the wet and the dry. This time I'm not forgetting to use my sieve. I think most of it's going in the bowl. Over there. Well, they're out of view. Good. Fold this in. At the moment it smells nice, which is good, even though it's just batter. Sorry, I felt something on my shoulder then. I was worried I was getting bitten by a mosquito. It's starting to look a bit like what it's meant to, I think. Whoops, almost poured it all over the table. That would have been good. Don't forget to add some cinnamon. So this isn't in the recipe, so I'm just going to do this by eye. There, that'll do. If I had some dried cranberries or something, that would be nice in here. But, or some nuts, like walnuts. And I don't have those either. Yeah, so like as I've been getting older, I guess like I've got more of a sweet tooth. As a kid, I hated sweet stuff. The only sweet stuff I would eat would be like Madeira cake and vanilla ice cream. I was like kind of boring that way. But yeah, as I've gotten older, I think I've grown to appreciate sweet stuff, but probably not sickly sweet as some people. Like I love chocolate. I really love the lemon in desserts, like a lemon tart or apple tart tatin. I've made a pretty good apple cake before, where you like kind of like grate all the apple in, like with a cinnamon swirl. That was nice. But I could only do that in small doses. And I've made brownies before, but yeah, again, like they're kind of sickly sweet. You can only eat like a very small amount. But part of the reason I don't do much baking, if it's just me, sometimes if I've got friends around, I might do something, but a lot of the time I end up with like too much cake. And then I feel like I've got to eat it all because I don't want to waste it. But these bananas would have gone to waste otherwise because they were like very ripe. And yeah, I think this recipe doesn't have too much sugar in this. It's more reliant on the bananas for the sweetness compared to other cakes. I mean, it is still a cake at the end of the day, even though it's got bread in the title. At least I consider it a cake. There's actually quite a few good ice cream shops around here, so I have been overindulging in ice cream this summer just to cool down. Now, I grease that with butter. I've like, in the past when I've made cakes, sometimes I put flour around it. I don't think this recipe says to do that. It just says lightly grease, which I have done, so I don't know, maybe I'll just do it with the butter. If it doesn't work, then I know for next time. So hopefully it doesn't stick. Okay, now I need to do this without spilling it everywhere. Try to get it nice and even as well. Oops, lost a little bit. Okay, just going to finger that. Again, this is just for me, so it doesn't matter. If you're making this for other people, then don't use your fingers. Well, I did also wash my hands, so it's all good. Spatula would be mighty useful right now. I don't have one. I'll have to make do with a butter knife in a moment. And maybe my fingers. Do I have birds? You think you heard one? No, that's actually my neighbour's birds. Like the houses here, they're kind of like on top of each other, and my neighbours have birds upstairs. They have quite a few. They have some downstairs as well. It's quite common in Malta for people to have birds. I was telling people earlier, someone else heard them as well. Sometimes it's kind of nice, like right now they've been kind of nice, but sometimes they can be a little bit screechy. Yeah, you sometimes get on the front of people's houses, they might have like a tiny little bird cage with a canary in it. Or sometimes you get people like at the local pubs, like the old men might have like a cage under their arm with like a tiny little cage with a little bird in it. Just kind of normal in some of the traditional areas of Malta. Okay, just wash my hands and then I might scoop out the remainder of this. But yeah, they can be quite noisy, birds. And yeah, they don't have nice songbirds here. It's just, I'm not even sure what type of bird they've got, but it's just loud. Again, this cake is for me, so don't worry that I'm like using my fingers. I also just wash my hands, so it's all good. Put that on there, and use this knife to maybe get the rest out. Because I don't have a spatula. do. Not really enough cake for just one person. Okay, so let's grab myself some kitchen towel to clean up some of this so it's not gonna flick everywhere. And so I don't end up with it on myself. Now, let's just, oh, I didn't realise it's like a load on the side there. Have I made a mess anywhere else? Yep, a little bit there. Mucky fingers. And squish that down a bit. Jiggle, make sure it's gone down into the little bottom bits or any pockets. Neighbour's probably wondering what I'm doing. Okay, let's get this thing in the oven and fingers crossed it works. Some of my coffee, and then I'll give this a bit of a clean. Oh yeah, I probably should check what time I put it in. I always forget to do that. What is the time right now? 8 minutes past 4. Probably should write that down because I'm going to forget. Oh wait, I find writing it down helps me remember, but I'll probably still forget. What I need is a timer, maybe my other phone. Got this annoying bag. There it is. So hopefully I've done the hard bit and hopefully I don't burn it, but we'll see. How long does it actually say it's going to take? 60 minutes. Jesus. I don't think it's going to take that long. Once I finish my coffee, maybe I'll do a bit of tidying up around here whilst I wait. I don't need these windows open anymore. There's a bit of tidying on my desktop or my laptop. Maybe I'll pop a bit of music on. Let me get my speaker. Actually, maybe I can't put music because I've got YouTube on the go. I don't actually know what the rules are with YouTube and music. This is one of the so if you guys can see, I'm showing my scuffed house. But yeah, it's one of the stones I need to replace once I shut down Airbnb, if I get around to doing my own house. One over there as well. I started doing it. It's one of those jobs that I started doing, but then it turned out to be pretty hard and it's pretty messy. So, but yeah, these sort of stones, these ones are okay, but this one's a bit crumbly and it can spread. So I need to get on that at some point. Yeah, I didn't realise the cake was going to take 60 minutes, but I think it'll probably be done in less than that. My oven seemed a bit warm. And when I'm not cooking multiple things, it does actually do a pretty good job, so assuming I've put it on the right temp, because over the years the numbers have gotten scratched off, so I'm kind of just guesstimating whereabouts the correct temperature is, but I kind of roughly know. Is there actually anyone in chat from Malta? Like maybe they can explain the whole bird thing better than I can. I know it's like a tradition thing. I actually had when I used to work in an office with people in Malta, doing my SEO job, SEO and content writing back in the day. Had like a colleague play a prank on another colleague by putting their phone number on Malta Park, which is basically like Craigslist or a Gumtree in the UK. You just kept getting calls all throughout the day of people wanting a minor bird, which is canary. He was like confused for a long time. He was British as well, so he didn't really get it until like later, and then he found the ad. And the guy that did it had to come clean. Crazy times. But yeah, there's obviously demand for these birds. They're very popular. Bit of cinnamon and other bits and bobs. Okay, that's that. And what I might do in a sec is actually swing you guys around to watch me wash up, but no judging, okay? Little known fact about me, I'm actually a bit of a slob. When it comes to my own house, I'm not a massive like tidier upper. I might actually do that in one of my next streams where I'm not doing the Airbnb. Maybe I'll actually show you guys and I don't know, let you watch me doing like a deep clean of my kitchen because it needs it. The other way. Just pop it down there for a minute. Table's a bit squeaky. Okay guys, I'm gonna like take over here, don't judge. It's a bit messy. Yeah, I wasn't planning on showing the kitchen, but it's mostly just washing up from what I just did. But then there's some stuff like some old glass bottles that I need to wash out. Just put away the washing up I've already done first. It's warm in here from the oven. So maybe it's better putting you around here actually. Then you're going to see all this back bit. You'll see the proper mess. Done. Bring this down a bit. Maybe up a bit more. I'll bring this down here, and I can use it on here maybe. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to set you up. See all my water bottles ready to be recycled. Yeah, this is live. Hey. I am, but I'm just setting up, changing position, and I'm trying to not show how scuffed my house is. So yeah, just give me a minute whilst I set up. I wasn't planning on showing the rest, but the cake is going to take a while to cook. Okay. I guess I'll have to leave those bottles there. Juicy. If it's not too messy behind my sink. I'm not sure that's true anymore. Maybe once upon a time it was, well, it still is a very Catholic country and quite traditional. But I'd say Malta isn't as cheap as it used to be, so most people do work, both the men and the women. Yeah, I'm not actually Maltese. I live in Malta, but I'm from the UK. But I work from home, so yeah. And usually I'm cleaning my Airbnb. Maybe that's a little bit short. Lie down. bring you guys up a little bit. Let me just see how my cake is doing. It's doing alright. Get my timer as well. My oven is a bit unpredictable, so I might swivel my banana bread like halfway through the cooking. But whilst I'm waiting to do that, I'll get on with this washing up. And I might actually have to put my glasses on to actually read chat, because I am starting to go a bit blind, I think. Clear enough. Okay, that makes it a bit easier. I don't have anti-glare on there, so you're going to see yourself probably. Yeah, Malta's changed a lot over the years. Like, it's not how it used to be. I do live in a pretty traditional area, but there's like a mix of people that work from home and yeah. You see numbers. What numbers? Am I leaking something? You got me worried now. I don't know, is that like a recent statistic or I mean, there's not many people in Malta. It's like 500,000 people live here. Back when I moved here, it was actually closer to about 350,000. 350,000. Yeah, like it's definitely changed a lot. There's a lot more people that work. It depends. Like in the south, I'd say it's more traditional. I live in the south of Malta, so yes, there are more people that have like the more traditional women at home with the baby whilst the men go work. But overall in Malta, especially Slima, St. Julian's, San Juan, all that, like it's very even, I'd say. At least the people I know. Female work 5 more than EU ever, 70%. And thank you, Bushcraft. Yeah, I don't know if I always forget to put my glasses on, but yeah, to read chat, I kind of need it. It's a bit small on the phone, and my laptop's a bit further away, so I can kind of squint and see, but yeah. Where do I start? I was making roast chicken and potatoes yesterday, so I've got a little bit left over from that. Male 85%, so it's not bad in Malta 2 years ago. I mean, Malta, like it's a very small country, so change happens quite fast, I think. Especially now there's more like foreigners like myself that live here. It's kind of pushing for change. Some good, some bad, you know, depends who you ask. I mean, yeah, I work from home. There's a lot of probably people that don't work conventional jobs in Malta as well. When I first came to Malta, I actually came here to play poker. So that's not kind of something that's taxable here. At least it wasn't at the time. I don't know if it is now. I wasn't really making enough anyway, hence not playing poker anymore. But yeah, you get a lot of people that come here that like they have like treaties with other countries because it's part of the EU. So not everyone is like necessarily paying local taxes either if they're just here for a short time. Like a lot of digital nomads come here for that reason. Yes, poker. I used to play poker for a while, a long time ago. Didn't make a career out of it though. Decided it wasn't quite for me. I mean, I was doing okay. I was playing like micro stakes, so it was a big grind. Like I was working pretty much 9 to 5 or longer, probably longer hours actually, just grinding away micro stakes. But I ended up getting a job at a local company doing SEO instead. I was mostly doing online poker, yeah, like PokerStars. I used to play on a lot. I actually moved here with a couple of friends. They also play poker, and yeah, there's like a big poker community. iGaming in general is like very big here, and they tried to make it Crypto Island at one point, like to the point they were like trying to put everything on the blockchain. They were going to put the buses on the blockchain. I don't know how or why that was beneficial, but you know, it never really happened. But yeah. I saw an IRL stream in Brighton, nice. Yeah, I went to Brighton last year. It's been a while. It has changed a lot. When I went, it was pretty rainy and terrible. But there was one day that was actually quite nice. And at Hove especially is I don't know, it seems a bit more well groomed, but yeah, it depends what parts of Brighton you go to. The lanes are good. Did you see the Pebbly Beach? You knew a guy from Iceland who went to Ireland to play poker, and then he lost and disappeared. I mean, that happens a lot. There's a lot of people that try to play poker and then they don't succeed. It's not for everyone. It's not a get rich quick kind of thing. There is a bit of skill to it, and you have to have discipline as well. I think a lot of people that fail at poker don't have the discipline. They don't treat it like a job. They treat it just like as fun, as gambling, or you know, they get into the lifestyle of being around poker players that are successful, spend lots of money, and then burn out and don't have the bankroll in the end. So yeah, you do have to have the bankroll. I didn't really have a big enough bankroll to support myself, so I didn't really. I mean, I still play it from time to time, and it's been a while because I locked myself out of my PokerStars account. I need to call someone up and fix that, but as an introvert I hate calling up places. It's like my least favourite thing to do. So eventually I'll do that. Maybe I'll even play some poker on, I don't know, online. I don't know, I can't remember if that's allowed on Twitch or not. But I know it's on Kick, I'm guessing it is. We'll see, but I'm a lot about practice. I was never like a great poker player, I was okay. But yeah, just for fun. You got to see the beach, that's good. I do miss Brighton Beach, it's great in the summer. Great vibes, like you get people playing volleyball down there. It's a pebble beach, so you don't get loads of sand in all your crevices, which is nice. I don't know what it's like in Minnesota, but oh wait, no, you're not Minnesota, that's Dave. You're in the Netherlands, but yeah. Like, I don't know what the rules are in the Netherlands. You can drink down there, like at least I used to. Maybe the rules have changed now. But yeah, you can walk and drink, and I don't know, it's just a cool place to hang out. Oh, I didn't realise that's what you meant by he never came back. I assumed you meant he just didn't stop streaming. I didn't mean, didn't realise he was going to like completely end. Well, that's a shame if that happened. I mean, it is a tough life. Like, I know people that had crash outs after playing poker, and it's not for everyone. I wouldn't recommend it. Not unless you're like good at like managing your money and yeah, know what you're getting into. I think a lot of people play poker thinking it's going to solve their problems, and maybe they did well, like either playing for free and playing with money and for free is very different. Your decisions, you know, it does impact your decision making when you've got real money involved. Yeah, it's you've got to have the right mentality. I think that's the biggest thing with poker, is actually having, same with trading, most things, is having the right mentality and being able to survive those losses, because you're not always going to win. It's not, you know, it's a numbers thing, and there is an element of gambling. You can be the most skilled poker player, but you're not going to win 100% of the time. Hey Ada, how's it going? You haven't really missed much. I was making some banana bread. It's in the oven right now. Might need to twizzle it actually. My oven isn't very good, so I have to turn stuff around halfway through just to make sure it's even. So good job you reminded me. And yeah, this cake is just for me, so if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. It's not the end of the world, and I don't have to, like usually, I've got those water in that. Yeah, usually I have to worry about, like getting stuff done in time. But not on this occasion. Yeah, it makes it a bit more relaxing just doing it for myself. So I thought, thought I heard something then. I've got like a delivery coming at some point, so with hopefully a power bank. I just need to sort out sim deals so that I can, I don't know, maybe start going outside and doing IRL streams outside. Right now this is just my scoffed house, this isn't the Airbnb, so that's why it looks a bit messy. Yeah, like I'm not as perfectionist when it comes to cleaning for my own house, so, and there's only so much I can do. It's kind of a dated kitchen that came with the house, and everything's a bit old and scuffed. But perhaps when the busy season's done as well with the Airbnb, maybe I'll do some little renovation projects around here. If I'm not doing downstairs, we'll see. I might have some family coming, so maybe that means I'll go outside more. Depends if they come or not. By the way, to those like listening before about my poker conversation, I'm not saying poker and gambling is good. It's just something I used to do. I think I was strong enough to know when to stop. Not everyone can, and that's unfortunate. Water was not welcoming to Muslims, I think, caused traditional enemies there. I wouldn't say that's completely true. There is a mosque here. It's very uneven. There's like about 360 churches here compared to one mosque. So yes, it is a little hit or miss. I think it's improved a lot. As someone that is English Egyptian and grew up with a Muslim dad, yeah, like I think it's fine. Like I haven't had any problems personally, but then I'm not religious myself. When I first came here, buying, like, well, not renting somewhere, they do ask where you're from, which is like kind of strange. As someone from the UK, you usually don't go like, oh, where are you from? And oh, they don't want to have this certain like nationality. I found because I'm British, I didn't really think about it, and I just like, yeah, I'm British. But I did have a few instances where I was looking around places and then they said some not so nice things about Arabs in general. I think it was more around the time that I moved because there was like the fighting in Libya with Gaddafi, and there was like a lot of Libyans here, and I don't know, I think there was like a bit of tension because of that. But overall, I think people are actually quite accepting of different cultures, especially in the main parts like Slima. That's very multinational. There's a lot of Scandinavians, like a lot of the iGaming companies are based there, so you get like a good mix. Up north is actually, even though it's like more of a holiday place, you do get like a more mix of cultures. In the south, less so maybe. I mean, personally, not had any problems, but even as an English person here, it can be a little bit like they're, it's more of a village mentality, a little bit. Like even if you're from Malta but not this part of Malta, they do get a little bit defensive and like a little tribal. But everyone mostly is like very pleasant, so. You've been cleaning it for a while now. It's because I had like oil in this and I don't have hot water. So it does take a bit more scrubbing with the oil. But yeah, right, I think it is probably about done. I'm getting distracted talking about Malta. Was in Malta where radioactive contamination from NATO ammunition? I don't know anything about that. I think it would have been in the news if I heard that. When was that? And yeah, not having hot water makes it a bit harder. I mean, to be honest, in Malta, like around this time of year, the water, it's not like super cold either, but yeah, I don't have hot water attached to this. It's quite common. We don't have gas mains here, so we don't have like gas boilers a lot of the time. We have to get like the gas bottles or electric in the Airbnb, and also my shower room is an electric boiler. But I still need to do the electrics here. All the light bulbs, they're Hue bulbs, so, and they're like connected to the plugs. It's very scuffed here. Like right now, I'm gonna have to empty this, but I'm gonna have to put it down the toilet because the drain is not connected at the moment. It sprung a leak a little while ago in the pipe, and I have to completely dig up the courtyard to fix that. And I'm kind of putting that job off because it's awkward. But I'll be right back. And yeah, oil is annoying to clean. I didn't use too much, but yeah, it was like a roast chicken, so the chicken creates its own greasy juices. So also this radioactive and highly carcinogenic heavy metal used in military targeting systems has been found in Sardinian honey, milk and other stuff. I mean, we're not super close to Sardinia. I mean, we are. Like, Malta's located in between Sicily and Tunisia. But it does have its own problems. It doesn't have, like, what am I trying to say? Like fresh water, there isn't really much resources here for that. It's actually, the water I'm using right now is desalinated seawater. So it's like treated, and although they say it's safe to drink, it does have a lot of chemicals in it, and chlorine, and it does taste a bit weird, especially as I live in an old part of Malta. Probably the pipes are probably pretty old too. I wouldn't recommend drinking the water from the tap if you come to Malta, unless it's got a filter. But even then, yeah, I usually get bottled water. That's why I've got all these bottles in the background. I have to take these to the reverse vending machine to get money back off of all of these. Each bottle is 10 cents. So yeah, I'm getting quite a collection because it's the machines don't always work. A lot of the time they actually very rarely work, and they're smelly, and yeah, it's not great. You went to Mississippi in the US, and the tap water smelled like eggs and tasted sour. Well, luckily it's not that bad. The water here, it doesn't smell like eggs, but it just doesn't taste right. It just tastes like chemicals a little bit, and it's quite harsh as well on the skin. A lot of people report like losing more hair when they come to Malta, and it's like on the taps and things, things do tend to erode faster, I find. Yeah, it's not like completely undrinkable. When I first came here I did drink it, but yeah, it's better not to. I don't think it would make you sick anyway. It's just not pleasant. And then this comes from the mains, but the rest of the water in the house comes from, there's like a tank up on the roof. So it's like kind of sitting in the sun. So it's also not good to probably drink that. I mean, it's like covered and everything, and it's got a cap, and it's all safe. But yeah, that's what like provides water for the shower and the bathroom. There was some big killer case. Serial killer in the UK tried to hide that his mum was Muslim origin from Malta. I've not heard about that one. I mean, there's not that many Muslims in Malta. I mean, there are, but not typically Maltese. I don't know. There was a cat killer in Malta. Thankfully they caught him. Yeah, there was someone going around killing cats, and it's not the first time. It's happened a few times. When I first moved to Malta, there was actually a guy going around killing cats, some dogs as well, and then crucifying them and putting them outside churches. It took him a couple of years, I think, to find him, but thankfully he did get caught. And this latest guy who was killing stray cats also got caught. He wasn't Maltese, he turned out to be Japanese, but you know, obviously not very well mentally to be killing cats. So yeah. Let me just check my cake. Glass is steaming up. Need a skewer of some description. Toothpick. stuff needs a little bit longer. It was a little bit difficult to tell with a carrot cake banana bread, because banana in it is like a little bit sticky, but I think it needs a little bit longer. Yeah, I mean, it's not unique to Malta, or, you know, in UK, it's not like only serial killers live there. It's all over the world, unfortunately. You know, people abuse animals and people, and it sucks that we don't live in a perfect world, if such a thing even would exist. Okay, now I've got all this stuff to wash up. These are the organic waste. But yeah, other than like that happening, just to be clear, Malta is actually very cat friendly, and there's a lot of cat lovers here. There's a statue in Slima dedicated to the stray cats of Malta, and there's so many organisations here that look after cats and capture them and neuter them to make sure that they're not sick. I used to have a stray cat from Malta. Unfortunately, she passed, but yeah, there's a lot of cats here. If you love cats, Malta is the place to come. It's like Cat Island. And if anything, people get more mad about the cats getting killed than people. Like, they love their cats here. It's just a few bad apples. I guess I better wash that up again. Been tickled by my hair. Yeah, sure thing, Ada. I'll save you some banana bread. I don't think I'm gonna get to eat it all myself. Oh, you're really researching Malta, aren't you? I can't remember what your name was. Lobtoby or Lobtobe. I don't know how to say your name, but yes, there was a journalist in Malta, and she did get assassinated in Valletta. There's actually a monument just outside the Courts of Justice that is dedicated to her. Actually, one of my neighbours was friends with her as well, and she actually covered a story where my friend, not to make Malta sound bad, but yeah, my friend did get beaten up in Pachaville once, most likely because he was Indian, but I don't know that for sure. But she covered that story when no one would. Yeah, like she uncovered a lot of corruption, and it's still like a big thing here at the moment. Yeah, recently there was like all the court cases. But yeah, it's a very sad story. It almost made me want to leave Malta, to be honest, but I ended up staying. Thankfully it's not like a common occurrence, but yeah, it did happen. And there's a lot of conspiracy theories obviously related to it. There is free speech, but unfortunately she said stuff about the wrong people, I guess. I don't know, I'm not like fully informed about everything that happened. I mean, but yeah, it's, I think her son has taken over where she left off. Oh yeah, lampuki pie. That is a thing here. Lampuki is a fish. It's a type of fish. I think we're just ending, maybe, I don't know, September is usually around lampuki season. I think it's also known as the dolphin fish, but it's nothing related to actual dolphins. It's like a white fish. Maybe it's also called the Maui Maui, I'm not sure, I could be wrong. But yeah, lampuki is pretty popular here. You can get it pan fried or yeah, in pie, or in pastéis. Although I'm not Maltese, I kind of like just the way it sounds. Yeah, usually spelled with one I, not two. Unfortunately, everywhere else I could get lampuki with one I, but Twitch I could not, so I've just had to kind of go with it. Maybe we should be discussing this. Someone in Malta could hear about it. Kind of joking. Yeah, I mean, I'm not scared to like say what I think. Like Malta, they're very opinionated and they say what they think. Like it's just how it is. So, and no one's got in trouble yet. It's just, well, apart from the journalist, I guess. But that was a very sad case. I think back in the day, Malta used to have kind of links to a lot of mobs, like because it's near Sicily, so the mafia used to kind of be here, but it's not as present as it used to be. It's, especially since joining the EU. Oh, that spoon does not want to stay on the drying rack. I'll put it there instead. Yeah, I mean, Malta does have a lot of ties to Italy, and Sicily is very close to the, yeah, it used to have a lot of, I've heard anyway. I don't know myself, I don't know all the facts, but yeah. Back in the day, but like, I'm talking like way back in the day. Certainly not since I've lived here. Yeah, it's got close ties to Italy. I mean, a lot of people speak Italian because they used to grow up watching Italian TV. But there's like also close ties to the UK because it used to be like part of the Commonwealth under British rule for a long time. But it's been invaded and under people's rule for a long time, like different people, like the French at one point. That's why the British came over. Yeah, and during World War II, the Nazis did bomb it quite heavily because they want to control its kind of like because it's of its position. It's like a good island for defense, and it's right in the middle of like it's in the Mediterranean. It's in between like obviously Europe and the North Africa, so it's a good like tactical position. Yeah, Britons do love, or Britannia, yeah, did love the islands. Still got some, I guess, causing problems. Is that the mafia you're talking about, I guess? Yeah, there probably are some old mafia people about. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I mean, there are some conspiracies all the time about like corruption, certain businesses perhaps being money laundering, probably is the biggest thing, like some restaurants. Yeah, I'm not going to say which ones, but yeah, there's some rumours about certain businesses, but then a lot of it's speculation. There was like a university that got made in Malta that a lot of people assumed was going to become a hotel, but it still has not, so people love to speculate. and have their opinions. And they're not afraid to speak their opinions here. So sometimes it can come off as harsh, but they're just like saying what they think. You have cheap, warm, hot water. That's good for you. I remember when I lived in Spain, in Salamanca, I think it used to be kind of included because the building it used to be just on at certain times. So it just provided water and heating for the whole building. It was like an old building. But yeah, this is like a separate residence. I don't live in an apartment anymore, so I don't get any benefit of that, and I don't think in Malta they've ever done that. Okay, are you actually from Iceland then? So you were mentioning Icelandic poker player earlier. I'm just going to call you Lob. Lob Toad. But if you're getting volcanic heat, I guess probably Iceland. Oh yeah, Iceland. I remember people being very mad at Iceland a while back, like a few years ago, well, a long time ago, when that volcano went off and stopped a load of flights. It's right when I was going to Argentina. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to go, but luckily it didn't affect me. Is that long? That's even longer. Long Dong Obi. That kind of sounds, is that like actually a name, or are you messing with me? Are you messing with me? Oh. Just splashed my computer. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think I'm just rubbish at saying names, I've noticed. I knew I always was, but I feel like even more so now. I'm like I'm even worse. I've realised how bad I am, and at using just one hand when I've got a selfie stick on my hand. And hey, Long John. No, not Long John. Blonde John. How's it going? Yeah, I got inspiration from when you said I was saying tutorial weird. I mean, I live on an island, so I'm used to dealing with pirates. Is there a lot of vegetarian food in Malta? Actually, it's gotten a lot better. When I first moved here, it was difficult to find vegetarian stuff if you want. You have to kind of cook a lot of things yourself. I'm not vegetarian, but I do like vegetarian food. And I did try going vegan for like a month just to see how it was, but it was very difficult. I didn't realise salt and vinegar crisps have milk in there. But yeah, it can be tough, expensive if you don't know how to cook. Because the ready meal stuff, like in the UK, at least in Brighton as well, yeah, you get a lot of ready meals. I better check on my bread actually, sorry. Oh, steamy glasses. Sorry, I don't want this to burn. I think a little bit longer. hard to tell because I use dark sugar. It looks quite dark brown. My glasses back on. And yes, pirates of the Mediterranean. Also, my mum lives sort of in the West Country in the UK, quite near Cornwall. She lived in Cornwall for a while. That's where the pirates are from. So I've got experience with pirates. What's it say? Look, Norsekind was in war with what? Sweden, and needed money. Well, they offered collateral, King Harry of the UK. Okay. I don't know about that. I'm not very good on my UK history. And yes, salt and vinegar, probably one of the best flavours. Although I think in the US, the salt and vinegar maybe is like a little different. I know I have found from the UK, compared to other countries, the salt and vinegar does taste different. You've been a vegetarian for a while now. Consider going vegan, but that's way harder for now. Yeah, I mean, my ex used to be vegetarian, so I used to eat a lot of veggie stuff. In Brighton, actually, it's very good for vegetarian food. There's loads of places. There's like burger joints and all sorts. And also in the supermarkets, it's very easy to find. Yeah, like Malta is better for finding, like in Valletta. There's quite a few places. I think there's like, I think it's called Soul Kitchen. There used to be Grassy Hopper, but I think they moved to Zira. Yeah, Slima probably easier actually. St. Julian's, Slima, and Zira. Those are the places with the most variety of restaurants. But a lot of the time, restaurants are quite good here. If you ask to substitute something, they will do. Like, just depends how big and busy they are and who you're speaking to. You might have to tell them exactly, give them instructions, and they will do it. But yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, it's good for getting vegetables if you buy stuff in season and cooking yourself. It's very easy to be vegetarian, I think. There's a lot of good food markets here. There's like farmer markets and yeah, but it's hard to buy stuff out of season. You will end up spending a lot. So if you just know what's in season, like pumpkin right now is really cheap. It's like 80 cents, euro cents that is, for a kilo. Yeah, I mean, I got, this isn't like the best example, it's like being cheaper than this, but yeah, I've got this whole thing for just like 86 cents. Pretty good. Just missed tomato season, I think. It seems to be a bit more expensive. When it gets to winter, like it'll be the cauliflower and broccoli and cabbage will all be super cheap. Right now it's expensive. With pumpkin, sometimes I just roast it. It's quite nice roasted up with some chili and salt and garlic. Sometimes I put it in soup, either like as a pumpkin soup, or sometimes I just add it in just any old soup. It's quite a nice flavour in stews. Yeah, it's quite versatile. And I guess, I mean, one day I would love to make a pumpkin pie. I haven't had a pumpkin pie since I was in the US last, which was a long time ago, when I was visiting family in Delaware. But that was my first and last experience of pumpkin pie. And it was pretty tasty. I didn't think I'd like it, but it was good. Probably all the butter made it nice. I have tried a pumpkin spice latte. They had that in Starbucks a while back. They just started doing it, and I thought that was disgusting though. So, I don't know. I'm not like quite a fall girly or autumn. Oh yes, I use paprika as well, Spiro, yeah. Air fried crispy pumpkin with paprika, and with carrots. Yeah, I don't have an air fryer, but yeah, I do use paprika, smoked paprika mostly, rather than just normal paprika. Like, it's one of my favourite. I'll usually add that, and fennel seeds, I love adding that to stuff as well. Your mum makes pumpkin pie every Thanksgiving. Well, that's good. Yeah, if I'm ever in the area, I'll have to stop by. But yeah, I mean, pumpkin is pretty easy and cheap to get here, so I should probably try it. But I don't know if it's going to turn out the same. I don't have like loads of fancy mixing tools. I had to just do this all by hand, so. Yeah, I guess I'm just not that basic, I don't know. I tried it, maybe they're not making it right in Malta, but it just didn't, it was too sweet. I like coffee just black, to be honest, a lot of the time, so that's probably why. I don't really have milk in my coffee, and I don't have sugar in my coffee. I like it just black. Although I did try a cold brew creme brulee, and that was quite nice because it wasn't all mixed in and it wasn't too sweet. It's kind of like having a dessert, but also my coffee. Yeah, I guess it is more of a US thing, but it has made its way to Malta. I think it was just last year, last fall or autumn. I don't know why I'm saying fall. I'm watching too many Americans. It's probably done. It's been an hour. Let's get clean. Toothpick and see. Take the glasses off because they're all steamed up now. Ow. Okay. I think that's done because it's probably going to continue cooking a bit whilst it cools off in the tin. Try and move this without hurting myself. Leave that there to cool whilst I finish off the last of this washing up. People's coffee here is about 10% coffee, 9% all that other stuff. Yeah, I think, I mean, I've heard that, I don't know. In Europe, I mean, espresso is pretty popular. I get Americano, so I don't go quite hardcore. I put a little bit of water in there. One, it lasts a bit longer, but yeah, otherwise I'll be buzzing. I mean, caffeine doesn't affect me too much, but it just, like, the initial hit, it's kind of like, it can be a bit like gravy otherwise. Stop that. Yeah, probably. I kind of left half my coffee over there. I'm a slow drinker. I'm a better drinker than I used to be. Like, back when I was younger, I used to leave like cups of water all over the place and cups of tea. It's too hot for tea right now, so it's part of why I also have Americano, because it's you can have it cold. But probably what would happen if I did get the buzz off the coffee, I'd probably start like 20 different jobs and not finish any of them, which is usually what happens. I have to like write stuff down, otherwise I completely forget and I start doing something else. Whoops. Oh no. Managed to get foam down myself. Oh, and I got stuck. But yeah, I'm one of those sort of people that, I don't know if I suffer from ADHD. I've not been diagnosed, but I do get sidetracked on little side missions. I think I also have time blindness as well, so I tend to not realise If I'm not paying attention, like, yeah, I have no idea what time it is or how long something took me. And before I know it, I've been streaming for however long. How long has it been now? Over 2 hours for something that shouldn't have taken that long, but just how it goes sometimes. Well, exactly. I'm actually, that was my second coffee that I started drinking earlier. But then I started doing something and I forgot about it, so. That just helps me to see, because apparently I'm starting to go a bit blind. Like, I'm trying to read the chat on the screen on my phone right now, but it's a bit small because it's not on a white background, so it's kind of hard to see. So I'm reading off my laptop, which is a little bit further back. I can see most things, but yeah. I have a slight astigmatism in my eye. So I've always been a little bit, not blind, but like just a slight issue with distance reading. Yeah, I used to have to go to the eye hospital, get little drops in my eyes. It's mostly fine now, but yeah, just sometimes it's hard to see certain writing on certain backgrounds. And probably does help me focus a little bit. I don't know if it makes me smarter, but probably not. Yeah, I just guess normal blindness. I mean, or both. Oh, I've still got some stuff there. I've got quite a lot of washing up still. Maybe it doesn't help with the blindness that much as I keep missing stuff, so. I've got like a load of jars I need to wash up for the recycling. And ready for some little projects I want to do. Just need to empty this out. Ooh. I need to wait for the banana bread to cool down a bit anyway before I take it out. All these toothpicks everywhere. There's no bin. I don't know, it could quite possibly make me dumber, I don't know. There's a few times I've managed to steam up my glasses because I forget, which is pretty dumb. Well, thanks for, is it Lobtoby? Do you pronounce the E or not? Yeah, it's probably the stone walls. It does create a bit of an echo. And someone on YouTube said hi, but I've missed that message, so I'm going to have to go. Oh, where did I put that tea towel? Hey Chase. Yeah, sorry YouTube guys, I don't get it on the phone, but I do get it on the laptop, so it's a bit of an echo, stone walls, reverb. It's a shame the sound's not good. Maybe I'll have to invest in a mic at some point. I think usually it's not too bad when I'm doing the Airbnb, but this is a bit bigger, so. And the ceilings are pretty tall. Probably doesn't help. Okay, you don't hear an echo, so maybe it's just you, Love Toby, or maybe people are just used to it now. Yeah, I mean, like I say, they're quite, I don't know if I can't reach over to it. So they're quite tall ceilings, I don't know, like, I don't know how to show. I'm only 5'2", but this doorway, for instance, I need to get a door, but because it's too tall, I think it's like about 3.5 foot. No, 3.5 meters, sorry, even. Just this doorway. It's pretty tall. Sorry about the sound problems. I mean, I'm just using my phone mic. It's better than my last mic. I was using a webcam, and the sound on that was really bad. So, yeah, this is a massive improvement already. So maybe I'll get a mic at some point. I've already ordered a power bank. But maybe if I'm going outside, I'll have to get a mic at some point. But I'll probably test it out first, see how it goes. Yeah, I think it's like because it helps cool stuff down because the heat rises, and then it makes like the whole house a bit cooler in general. It's better when I've got like all the doors open. You get like a massive, nice breeze coming through. Maybe washing dishes or changing sound, banging together. It could be the sound thing, like maybe, I'll move this out the way. Yeah, it could be like with the multiple sounds perhaps, like clanking about. I don't know if the phone's got something set up where, I can't remember what it's called. You know where it like blocks out certain sounds or something, like some sort of audio enhancer. I think my webcam used to have. And it wasn't that good. Kind of cut sounds out a bit weird. I tried my best. Part of why I started streaming actually was hoping it would improve my speaking skills. When I work from home on my own, I tend not to talk to people so much. And I do have a habit of, one, jumbling my words up if I'm speaking too fast. Speaking too fast is another. Yeah, mumbling, speaking too fast and jumbling my words up. So I'm trying to be a bit clearer. I think living in a foreign country as well has helped me slow my speech down. So when I go back to the UK and come back, I do tend to speak a bit faster. You work from home still, Spiro? I was wondering, I assumed you probably did as you were watching me whilst you were meant to be working. Which is exactly what I do when I'm working. I have stream on in the background, sometimes stream on YouTube or something, just for background noise. Stops me getting distracted as much, actually. You think I sound a bit too formal? It's probably just because I'm trying to pronounce my words and enunciate. I guess I'll get my flow at some point. Yeah, it's like I'm still kind of new to it. Like I have been streaming for a little bit, but I don't do it regular because it depends. Usually I just do like my Airbnb So it depends on when guests come, and I've had a lot of people staying for like at least a week, so I'm only doing 1 to 2 a week. And usually I'm cleaning, and I'm also not talking to people as much because I don't usually have many people watching me. So having constant conversation actually is kind of new to me. I can already feel my voice going a bit. Yeah, my family is from, well, I'm half English, half Egyptian. So my dad also lives in England. He's probably lived there more of his life than Egypt, but he's Egyptian, and my mum is English. But I grew up in the UK. I'm not from Malta. I just live here. It's my adopted home. Well, 25 minutes or 50 minutes, 10-minute break. I know you sound a lot more productive than me, Spiro. I end up getting distracted working on the computer sometimes. But yeah, when you work for yourself, you can kind of do that sort of thing, right? I mean, to be honest, the pandemic didn't make any difference to me, other than having to close down my Airbnb. Yeah, I worked from home before then, so it's been a while since I've had to work in an office, thankfully, and I really don't want to go back. I mean, do you think I'm speaking too loud? Is that reverbing? Is that what's causing it maybe? Like I say, I'm trying to be clear because a lot of the time when I'm IRL with people, I do tend to speak kind of quiet. I'm quite soft-spoken, so speaking at this level is actually unusual for me. Day to day, usually I have to repeat myself a lot, so I'm trying my best to make it so people can hear me. Hopefully that's coming across, but it does strain the old vocal cords a little bit. I mean, I guess, yeah, Blonde John, I mean, you're American, so no offense, but probably, I'm sure you're used to people speaking a bit louder. I don't know, my mum can't hear me hardly, my dad also. But yeah, just day to day, like, especially in big groups, it's very hard for my voice to get across, so I'm quite quiet. I'm doing my best. This is like loud for me, so usually I hope I don't sound like I'm screechy. Oh, as I say that, I sounded screechy. But sound like a little boy who just broke his voice, but yeah. Oh, don't be upset. It's not a bad thing. I think not all Americans, but a lot of Americans have a naturally clear voice and they can speak very well, to articulate. I think maybe it's like the school system, you do a lot of debating, and I don't know, what I've learned from films, you seem to do a lot of debate and talking in general. So I think that's actually a good thing. I wish I spoke clearer and my voice would cut through a crowd. As long as I'm not saying anything stupid. Maybe when I'm drunk, it's not a good idea to have a clear voice. I get away probably with saying some stuff because people don't understand what I'm saying, so. Yeah, I was wondering if I was too loud. Someone said, Lob Toby, he said that there's a bit of an echo. And I was wondering if it's because I'm talking loud. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, probably my normal voice is closer to Michael Jackson, but maybe not that crazy. Luckily, people don't tend to get louder when they're drunk. I think you're messing with me because I definitely do. I get way loud and I speak way too much when I drink. Part of the reason why I've cut down. Yeah. I can get a little bit leery, I guess. A little cheeky. But yeah, sometimes good, sometimes not so good. I mean, I never get aggressive or I never get aggro, just maybe a little cheeky. Kind of the voice that usually tells me to not say something kind of switches off a little bit. Or I maybe know I shouldn't say something, but I say it anyway because I'm drunk, so. And I can't handle my liquor as well as I used to. I used to be able to handle quite a lot. Living in Malta, you have to, where you get trays of shots for very cheap. But yeah, I can't do as much alcohol. Plus the hangovers. I can't do those hangovers. I don't know how I used to do it. But yeah, I like my sleep and I don't like the hangover. Yeah, I mean, I guess no one really likes a hangover. Oh, you don't drink Spiro? Is that by choice, or you just don't tend to like it, or have you ever drank? You want to blame Egypt for closing the border with Gaza so women cannot escape the war. I mean, I think Egypt is largely on Gaza's side and Palestine's side. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I did hear, I mean, I don't know if it's true, but part of it is like they're worried that if they let people out of Palestine and they say to Israel that they'll let them out, people won't be able to return to their homes, which is what's happened in the past, from what I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I think they're doing it with good intention. Yeah, I guess if you've got like a job where you've got to be at your best, having a hangover is not the best, so I understand why you wouldn't want to drink much. Yeah. And yeah, drinking's not for everyone. I don't know, one of my latest things for drinking is certain drinks do make my cheeks go very red for some reason. I don't know why. Like the Asian glow thing or whatever. And thanks, Schmo Mixed. I don't know how to say that. You've got a weird name. So I'm really mispronouncing everyone's names, I know. Yeah, but if they start letting, if they say to Israel, I mean, like I said, I'm not really educated on it enough to give like a good answer. But from what I understand is that they don't want to tell Israel that they'll start letting people through, because then when they start letting like a certain gender through, then they'll just let everyone through, and then people won't be able to go back again, potentially. At least that's what I've heard is the thinking behind it, but I'm not a political streamer, I don't know. When it comes to these things, I just know that a lot of my cousins and family, they're behind like Gaza and Palestine. And I think a lot of Egyptians do side with, I mean, there's actually a famous clip, I think, where someone found out there was like an Israeli on the panel and they were like kind of mad, but not that they're anti-Israel either, but it's just, I mean, Egypt's kind of like that middle ground, I think, isn't it? Like, where it's kind of, I don't know, maybe I should stop talking on this because I don't know enough about any of this. I grew up in the UK, so I don't know like the Egyptian viewpoint completely. Again, I don't know if it's selfish or not. I mean, from what I've heard, I mean, at least maybe it's propaganda or not, but yeah, I mean, I guess if someone really wanted to come through, they probably would, I don't know, but I think they're just trying to help with the peace talks. if anything. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough on the subject to put my opinion out there, or I don't want to like spread misinformation because I don't know. The truth is, like, and I don't know who to recommend to discuss this with either, because I think there's a lot of contrasting opinions on Twitch and Kick with these political streamers that a lot of the time are saying stuff for like content, aren't they? So I don't know. Just get drunk real quick and then we can hear your cheeky opinions. Yeah, I don't think I'm ready for that, but maybe if I start doing some IRL streams, I'll maybe have a cheeky drink and give some cheeky opinions, but I don't know, I worry it might offend someone. Probably I'll stay away from the from war subjects though, political stuff still. That's usually not my go-to. I don't know, I guess Greece, I mean, I know in Egypt there's a lot of Greek heritage there. I don't know about Palestine. Yeah, again, I don't know. It's a subject I don't know enough about. I know it's like the go-to for people to say it's complicated, but it is kind of a bit of a big subject if you don't know much about it, and I'm not going to spread misinformation or, I don't know, don't want to get myself into trouble by saying something. Yo streamed twice. What do you mean by that? I'm multi-streaming, if that's what you mean. I'm on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube right now. And yes, I'll definitely offend someone, Blonde John. I mean, yeah, it's very easy to offend people, especially on certain platforms. Yeah, there's going to be like, there's loads of different sides. I'm going to offend someone, so I'm not usually like a fence sitter, but yeah, I don't feel educated enough on the subject to give a proper opinion on it. Like I don't know what's happening in Egypt or Greece. I just kind of know a little bit of Malta. I know Malta is going to recognise Palestine, as is the UK, Australia and Canada. I think they're all signing something to recognise Palestine. It's a nice kitchen. Oh, thank you. I don't know, it's a bit unfinished and a bit messy right now. Yeah, I need to do maybe a kitchen organisation cleaning. It's the kitchen that came with the house, so it's not what my style. It's kind of a bit country style. But yeah, it's overdue a good deep clean, I think, and an organisation. I've had guests come, like friends and family come stay, and things are in all different types of cupboards that they wouldn't usually be because people didn't know where things are, so another thing I try to talk with all Egyptians about is the FGM. Many of them are shy to talk. I don't know what the FGM is, maybe I'm being stupid, but like I said, I grew up in the UK. I've been to Egypt a few times, but yeah, I've never lived in Egypt. Well, to get personal, when my parents divorced, I went there a bit less, so yeah, it's been a while since I've been. I mean, I'd love to go again, But it is a Muslim country, and it is a little bit different, a culture shock for someone that is from the UK as well. It's a beautiful place, but yeah. I don't know what FGM is though. 9 out of 10 women in Egypt have FGM. I'm trying to think what that could mean. I don't know. You like the stone countertops and backsplash? Yeah, it's actually granite, which is great. I would recommend getting granite. It's maybe not the colour I would choose because everything in here is very brown. But yeah, it's great for cooking or making pasta, pastries and things. I've made like pot stickers the other day because it's nice and cold. So it's good for that, and it doesn't burn. So yeah, it's got its uses, this kitchen, but the countertops are actually good. The cupboards, on the other hand, I need to replace all the hinges because they're all like messed up, like they all kind of come off. Amount of times, like there's a cupboard there, when I pull it, it comes off. And also nothing is lined up properly. The handles are wonky. I don't know if the previous owner was drunk when he was doing it. He did the same with the light fittings. They're all like kind of off center. And a lot of the cabinets, they have big gaps in there, so they don't really help much with like dirt and dust and stuff. So it is female. Oh, for circumcision. Okay. I don't know about that. I think that's probably, it depends what part of Egypt you're from. I don't think any of my family do that. They're not super strict. Like a lot of them live in Cairo, which is quite progressive. And yeah, they live more north Egypt. I don't know if it's like less strict in North Egypt. But in general, like, I mean, some of them wear hijabs and things, but yeah, I don't think they're like that extreme where they would do the circumcision. I think men do, but yeah, I don't know. I you'd have to ask them. I don't know. Not being male, it's certainly it never came up in my family. So I don't know. I'd have to ask my cousins or something, but it's maybe not something appropriate to ask them. Yeah, I hate these as well. These bits, this stuff with the, I don't know. It's a bit old school for me. Eventually, I'd like to get them replaced, but yeah, I've got other things that are probably more urgent, like bits of crumbly wall, and. I also need to make an electrical plan and decide where I want things and stuff before I can get this done. But it is on the list. Probably first is getting the sink sorted so that I can actually put water down it. The pipe cracked a while back and is above my neighbours. So if I were to put water down, it would leak water onto them. So I really don't want to do that. So at the moment I'm just using this and a bucket under there. And yeah, it would be a rather casual conversation with cousins that I don't really speak to very often. So, and their English, I mean, most of them have good English, at least when I last went there, but yeah, not all of them speak like full English. I don't speak Arabic. So a lot of them speak French, but I don't speak much French either. I've forgotten all my French. So yeah, I don't know how I would bring that up in conversation. I'd probably be a bit weird. Hey, I haven't seen you for a long time, but by the way, circumcision, what do you think about that? The prevalence of FGM, 87%. I mean, that's pretty high, but then, I don't know, like, I don't know what the population of Egypt is, but I'm imagining, I mean, Egypt is a big place. Again, I think it depends. Probably, trying trying to think how to put this, like, I mean, there's probably like more extreme areas. I mean, there is a Christian community in Egypt too, quite a big Christian community. I'm guessing they don't do it. My family is Muslim, but they come up, although I'm not well off, they come from a pretty well off part of Egypt, and I don't know if that plays a part of it as well. They're quite well educated. Not saying, I don't know, not to offend anyone, but yeah, like they're quite well off. They like study abroad. They're not like wearing full on like niqabs or whatever. A lot of them don't even wear the hijab, like the scarf at all. So I'm guessing if they don't do that, they're probably not going to do the circumcision either. So yeah, I mean, they don't seem very extreme. Hey Chase, yeah, I was making banana bread. I've actually made it, and maybe it's time to get it out. Talking about getting a little sidetracked. Well, that survey was 10 years ago. I mean, Egypt, it did used to be a little stricter. It depends who's in power, and also like there was the Muslim Brotherhood, I think was like in power for a little while. It was a little stricter, and there was a time where women weren't allowed to drive, and if they were in a car, they had to sit in the back. But it's not it's not like that anymore. I mean, especially in Cairo anyway. Cairo is pretty progressive, especially for a Muslim country. Yes. Maybe I'll have to move you back over there to the table, and I'll see, and hopefully I haven't burnt it, and hopefully it's cooked. Let's move you back. So just give me a minute whilst I set you up. Maybe unplug you guys. Make that a bit too tall. Or maybe I want it up higher than all. Sorry, just deciding how to do this. I'm used to just setting up okay, let's see how that's looking. Get myself a plate. A bit of dust. Move that a bit more forward. You can see my undrunk coffee cup there. Maybe you don't want to see that. And my laptop as well. Okay, bring this down here. And we'll find out together if I have messed this up or not. Maybe it goes more this way. Trying to get it centered. Kinda. And I'll move my... Is that my laptop? No, it's just the table. No, it is the laptop. There's a delay. Yeah, I feel a bit of pressure. It is still a bit warm. So before I do this, just a reminder, I am not a baker. Usually I'm not really much of a cook. I'm not great at following recipes either. I usually just make it up. But with baking, you do have to be a little bit more precise. Okay. Okay, that sounded like a good noise. Hopefully it's not burnt or broken up. Okay, it looks like banana bread. I'll bring us forward a little bit more. I don't know, it looks alright. I think it still needs to cool down a little bit before I can munch on it. So, I don't know, maybe I need to like sprinkle it with some icing sugar. What do you think? It's like, well, spongy. But it's still very warm, I think. Rid of that little crumb. Yeah, I don't know, it's like not the prettiest cake, but it is a cake, I think. Well, banana bread, whatever. Maybe I'll sprinkle it with some icing sugar just to make it look pretty. I don't know, it's like banana bread, maybe I don't put icing sugar. Oh no, I can't decide. Maybe I need to try some. Maybe I'll cut myself up a slice, even though it's probably not ready yet. Okay, so the closest I've got to a cake slice is a butcher's knife. What's this? Yeah, I've never put sugar or frosting on banana bread, unless I'm making a banana cake. I've made a banana banoffee. I guess you don't get that in the US. Banoffee pie, and then I've made a banoffee cake with caramel and chocolate. Pretty good, but they're sweeter. Talking about can help to show the world knows. Look for, so maybe they don't want to do it. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know much about Egypt and the the whole circumcision thing. I don't think my family do it because, like I say, most of them don't even wear like a headscarf. So I think it depends what part you're from, maybe what type of Muslim you are, because there's different types of Muslim as well. And yeah, maybe how strict you are. Okay, I'm just gonna go use the ladies' room for a minute, and I'll be right back, and I'll try that cake or bread, whatever it is. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, there's a lot of church bells in Malta. Every town has a church, and sometimes more than one. Okay. I'm not showing anything, sorry. Okay, I have a bit of my coffee. Ah, that's good. I'm just going to turn this around so I can see chat properly. Because YouTube, I mean, you don't have much chatting going on YouTube anyway, but I can't see it on the phone, so. Okay. Let's take these off. Yeah, I think it still needs to like cool down a little bit, but I'll give it a go. Doesn't seem too dense. I think it's cooked okay. I don't know, what do you guys think? Maybe it's a tiny bit, like maybe it could have done a bit longer. But I'll know better once it's cooled down and once I try it, I guess. Yeah, it tastes like banana bread. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, my kitchen is a little bit under-equipped. Maybe I should turn this off a bit because I'm cutting my head off. And careful not flashing anything. But yeah, I think it tastes pretty good. It's not too sweet, which I like because I don't like stuff too sweet. It would be good if it had some nuts maybe or some dried fruit in there. Other than that, maybe some more cinnamon. Maybe I should sprinkle some cinnamon on top. I don't know, but it's kind of like crisp on the outside, but nice and moist in the inside, which is what you want. Yeah, it's definitely hard to tell on camera. I mean, even my eyes, I'd take my glasses off to see up close because they, I think I sprayed some water in it, so it's hard to see out my glasses properly as well, but seems kind of cakey. I think that's cake. I don't know, maybe it's not focusing. It's alright, I think. It's like quite dark because I used not dark chocolate. I used a dark brown sugar, like a Mascavo, I think it's called, which has got like a strong molasses taste to it, but it makes it a little bit sweeter, but kind of like nice. I like it. Oh, I might just plug you guys in actually. But yeah, nuts would be great in it, I think. Might just give it a little bit more texture. Like some walnuts would be amazing. How's this gonna reach? Yes, it does. Good. But yeah, it's pretty good. I don't know. I like it. I mean, unfortunately, you guys can't try it. You can try. Open wide. Oh. But yeah. I don't know about you guys, but usually I find things tend to go well, like cooking wise, when it's just me eating it. And then as soon as I try to cook it for someone else, it's the same with recommending a restaurant. it's good when I do it myself, and then I recommend it or I cook it for someone, and then it turns out like crap. Or it goes wrong. I don't know, the pressure maybe gets to me, but it's just how it goes. I guess that's just the rule. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It went pretty well. I mean, I had a few mistakes. I don't know if I'm going to find some crunchy sugar in there at some point, because I didn't sieve the flour, and that's the problem with the brown sugar. It kind of clumps a bit more, and I made the mistake of just putting it straight in. And I don't have an electric whisk, so. Demonstration effect. Yeah, maybe that sounds right. I don't know. But and yeah, with the restaurants, I think that's just bad luck, especially in Malta. Like when you find a good restaurant, you have to go to it at the beginning as much as you can before it turns bad, because the quality does tend to go bad. Very bad. Like, it's hard to get consistency here as well. Again, I love Malta, don't get me wrong. No offense to the Maltese. It's just it's a small island, so the quality control can sometimes be a little lower. Even for official things like the beer chisk, most of the time that's great. But there's been times where I've had like a batch, where I bought like a crate of it. Like, I'm like, oh, this is not bad. I've got some friends coming. I'll get a big crate of chisk so they can try the local beer, and then it's just, I don't know, it's been a dud. Same with some of the wines as well. And yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to eat this all by myself. I don't know, I'm gonna get fat. I'm gonna have to start doing my workout streams again. Get the Chloe Ting, try to choose a workout program. It's starting to get a bit cooler, not quite cool enough yet, I think, to do it. Before I was doing myself a bit of an injury because I was like sliding all over the place. It's really hard to do a plank when your hands are like sliding. But yeah, I need to start doing that again, especially as my swimming lessons have stopped now, at least for September. Might start again in October, but and Kutsu. Maltese is kind of like a mix of many different languages. I'd say mostly Arabic in sounding in the words, but the accent is kind of like Italian, and there's a few Italian words in there, a few French words and a few English words, but with funky spelling. So they don't use like the traditional Arabic writing. It's like uses mostly the Latin alphabet with a few exceptions. But yeah, like for instance, goodbye, not goodbye, thank you is grazie, just like Italian. And yeah, goodbye is also ciao. They say ciao ciao. But then the numbers are very similar to Arabic, but with like an Italian twang. I think like, I'm gonna pronounce it wrong, but like it's like wahed is like one in Arabic, but I think it's like wahida or something, or wahad, like it's an at the end, but it's very similar. And no is leh, just like in Arabic, but pronounced slightly different. So yeah, it's like a weird mix, and like if good morning, like instead of bonjour, like in French, it's bonjour. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a bit of a German influence too, or maybe there is a lot of Germans that do move to Malta. As I was saying before, there's a big poker community, and a lot of that is Germans. So maybe some of those have like picked up, maybe they've been to Malta and picked it up. Yeah, there's a lot of German tourists here, and also the poker community, largely German, some Finnish, and you know, obviously English too. And it's very Scandinavian in Slima. There's a lot of iGaming companies that, like, because of the gambling rules in Malta, make it easier for them to set up here. and also the cheap tax. The bit of a tax haven in Malta. Germans say ciao ciao. Interesting. I don't think I've seen any naked Germans. I don't go to the beach that often, but I think they would get in trouble for being naked. There's not many, I don't think there's any naked nude beaches here. Maybe in St. Julian's you do get a few, kind of the younger crowd, and they do tend to walk about almost half naked, but not, they are still clothed. But I did hear, like, yeah, Germans, they're meant to be a bit more happy to walk about naked, like in the home and stuff. I was speaking to my German friend. He said it when his girlfriend's, he's staying at his girlfriend's family's house once, and the family were just walking around naked. I don't know if that's normal or not. I guess it depends what part of Germany you're from. Yeah, I don't know if there probably is somewhere, and there's like a lot of remote beaches in Malta. They're not large beaches, it's like mostly like bays, and they can be quite secluded. So probably you could find, like, you probably could get away with being nude, if that's what you want, Blonde John. I know in Brighton there is a nudist beach. Walked past it quite a few times as a kid. It's just normal there. It's just like near, I think it's near the Concord, which is somewhere I used to go to, like listen to music and stuff, live music. It's like near there where there's like a little trainway, but yeah, I haven't found any in Malta specifically, but probably like in Gozo especially, there's like very remote beaches. Some of them you have to do like a lot of walking to get to, so. And there's been times I've been to the beach and I'm the only person there. Or I've been with friends and we're just like, yeah, we're just there on our own, have the whole beach to ourselves. But then obviously if you go to the more popular beaches like Golden Bay or Ramla, probably not a good idea to get naked. There's a lot of little kids there. You might end up on a list. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, you're probably going to end up getting bit by mosquitoes in places you don't want to get bitten in. And there's a lot of wildlife there as well, like particularly like Ramla is like where the turtles go to lay their eggs. So you might end up getting a little turtle attached to you, I don't know. Catch up. Well, I didn't walk through the nudist beach in Brighton, it's just past. So you'd really have to be looking for a naked person to see. Thankfully, I don't think I've ever come across a nudist person. Usually, I'd say it's older people that tend to be there, so yeah, it could be kind of traumatizing. Although I have worked at Brighton train station during Gay Pride, and while I have nothing against people celebrating Gay Pride, some of the outfits have left a lasting mark in my brain, and it still can't get them out of my mind. Some of them, some people. Just let's say there's some leather hot pants and some very wrinkly butts. I don't know how else to put it. It's like yeah, it's an experience working Pride. Good experience mostly, but yes, some sights I would rather probably have not seen. My ex-wife and I stopped at a coffee cart and 3 old dudes' wangs just came out. Where was that? Was that in Germany, or have you actually been to Brighton as well? It is usually older people, I think, that tend to be nude a lot of the time. I mean, it's pretty cold in Brighton most of the time. In the UK, as you can imagine, it's not like here where it's nice and sunny. Usually when there is sun in the UK, the amount of burnt people I used to see that are like literally shaking because they probably got heat stroke is pretty high. I was watching EPL and it showed the Brighton Hove Albion Stadium and the surrounding landscape, and it's pretty, yeah, it is quite nice in Brighton. The part I'm from is actually near like near the South Downs. So yeah, although I like grew up in Brighton, it's still part of Brighton. It was like a little village outside, and it is quite pretty. Yeah, if you ignore all the housing estates, which I lived on, so I'm not being a snob. I'm not from a rich background. But yeah, like Brighton, it's nice, especially like in the town as well. If you go to the lanes, the old and new lanes, yeah, I miss Brighton. But it's when I went back recently, it seems to have gotten a little grotty in places. But to be fair, it was kind of winter. Yeah, and I think they're doing like this rewilding thing, where they're trying to like keep the bees. They're not doing the grass trimming and everything, so I kind of get that. Yeah. Yeah, Blonde John, just I can't remember if I said, but I'm actually multi-streaming, so if you wonder who I'm talking to, anyone in the chat, and you hear me talking to someone on a subject that isn't in your chat, it's probably because I'm talking to someone on another platform. So I'm on Twitch, Kick and YouTube right now. Although, yeah, I think my YouTube chat is pretty dead. I think I had Chase at one point, and I think that's about it from what I remember. Yeah, I've heard Germany's got some quite nice beaches. It's not what you think of when you think of Germany, but yeah. There's a YouTuber I sometimes watch. She's actually Vietnamese, but she lives in Germany with her husband. And yeah, she did some like some shorts there, and it looked quite nice. Cold, but nice. Yes, burning is big in the UK. I think a lot of people don't realise that, yeah, it's because you get a lot of cloud cover and like the wind as well in the UK. So people assume it's not as hot as it is, and then they get super burnt. Or they haven't seen sun all year round, and then they've got the one day where they've got sun, so they fall asleep on the beach, having a good old time with their friends, probably drinking a few. And then completely forget that they're they're in the sun, and they end up getting pretty burnt. Like I saw some pretty serious ones where I was like genuinely worried for them, like literal shaking. I'm not even kidding, like just like shaking and then red, burnt knees, all of it, just like super red. And like I don't know. I mean, I'm not immune to burning. I think my Egyptian genes do help a little bit. I get burnt a little less quickly. But I have been burnt as well, and I know it gets worse over time, so probably they think, oh no, I've got burnt, it's not too bad, and then it just gets worse and worse. I mean, I tell you that I'm talking to people in different chats, but maybe it's just the voices in my head. I don't know. You decide. And yeah, usually here as well, like you can get very burnt in Malta. I've had friends come and they go, I don't get burnt. But they soon find out they do get burnt. And I have to be very careful when I go outside. I like to build up a tolerance. Over time I'll go like out, and I've got a courtyard just there. I go try to stand in that like at least 5 minutes a day when it starts to get a little bit warmer, and just kind of gradually build a tolerance and be very careful not getting tan lines, because I made that mistake once when I was working on a door out there. I lost track of time, and for the whole summer I ended up with my sports bra straps on me, which was didn't look great in other clothing. Does my Egyptian side inoculate me against sunburn? Or does the British, I mean, I think a lot of the time the British half wins out. I mean, I grew up in the UK, so I didn't have much sun growing up. So probably, yes. But it's like a mix. I think I've got a good mix. My mum's like pretty tolerant to the sun, even though she is actually, she's actually white blonde, so she's very white. And my dad, he's not particularly dark. I mean, he's kind of like about the same skin tone as me, but he's brunette. I don't know, like kind of the olive skin, whereas my mum's got like kind of a more pinkish hue. So yeah. There's a very white man that grew up in the southern US, which I imagine it is very hot. You don't mess with the sun. You don't ever, yeah, exactly. I think people don't respect the sun. If you're not used to it, you just think, oh, it's nice and sunny, and then they just like, you know, wanna. I don't know, it's almost like it's kind of like backwards how it used to be. Like, you know, before you wanted to stay out the sun. Now people want to be in the sun and like have sunbeds and things, and they just like want to not look cool, I guess. But like, you know. It's one of those things like with spice tolerance. You want to be like the person that doesn't have a bad spice tolerance. Maybe they want to not show that they have a bad sun tolerance. But yeah, I think people underestimate the sun here. Because even though sometimes the temperature can be the same as the UK, but there's nowhere to hide here. Like there's not as many trees. There's rarely clouds. It's just full on sun, and it gets you. It's like, it feels like way closer somehow, but I don't know, there's probably some scientific reason. I'm not an expert, not a weather lady, but I know that it can really, it can get you in fast. Like you can burn super fast. Like I said, I was just like doing something out in the courtyard once, like to keep the mess out there, and then I ended up just these tan lines forever. Like once I tan, like I tan really fast. And it's hard to get rid of. I keep that tan for a long time, even if I scrub. I'm not like dirty, but it's just how it is. Sounds more likely Twitch. Yeah, Twitch, YouTube. Who's heard of those? Yeah, it's high UV. Like most of the summer has been like extreme, like the highest UV like that you can get. I think it's like been very, very hot and very it's been very easy to burn. Like, to be honest, like if I don't have friends or family here, I rarely go outside during the summer, unless I go to sit in the sea, but I usually wait until the evening when it's like less UV. But usually when I've got friends and family, they want the sun because they don't get to see it very often. So I end up having to go outside, and that's when I usually burn because I'm not used to it so much. So I have to kind of like almost practice before they come. Like not practice, but like just kind of build up my tolerance, my UV tolerance, so that I don't burn. Just build up a gradual tan, otherwise I'll end up peeling, which is not fun. Or very sexy or attractive, so yeah. Malta is much lower latitude than Britain, so sun is a lot more intense regardless of, yeah, that could be true. I don't know, it sounds right. It certainly feels it. Like, yeah, I always have like, you know, family back home and they're like, oh, it's like hotter in the UK than it is in Malta, but no, it's not the same. Like 28 degrees or something in the UK is not the same as 28 degrees in Malta because, yeah, like it's just hot. And sometimes here it can be deceptive because you do get a lot of wind in Malta because it's a small island, and so you're very close to the coast wherever you are, even in the centre. Like you can see the coast if you're up high enough. Yeah, so sometimes it masks it. Sometimes it makes it hotter because it feels like hair dryers on you on top of the sun, but it's people just don't realise. It's tough. But it's nice also, like I did move here for a reason. I just wish I had AC. yeah, no, AC, I mean, it is becoming more common, because I live in an old house. I don't know if you can see like these old Maltese walls here. It makes it a little complicated in terms of getting AC. I'm in an urban conservation area, so I can't just have like an AC unit on the front of my house, not that I'd want it anyway. And this house is actually part of a bigger house. A lot of the houses in this area used to be like maybe one massive palazzo, owned by just one person, and then they've been split. So you end up like being on top of each other and next to other people. And there's like nowhere to hide as well. Like either I can put it in the wall. You can kind of see where someone's put some wire in the wall. You can cut into the stone and then like do that, but then you kind of like, it doesn't look very nice. Or you have to do it surface mounted. I have a similar property where like my Airbnb, I have surface mounted, but I didn't put AC in yet, just a fan, and here doesn't have any AC. It used to have an AC unit. Unfortunately, when I was doing some of the work, it got cut. So yeah, that's why I don't have lights, proper lights. I've got Philips Hue light bulbs, smart bulbs plugged in. And yeah, I don't have an AC unit anymore, but to be honest, it's kind of crumbling and it was old anyway. It's deteriorating. I need to get someone to rip that out for me. At least I'm olive skinned. Yeah, I mean, I am olive skinned, but I am still quite fair skinned, so like I do burn. I'm not immune to burning. I have burnt. When I was in Bolivia, I actually got kind of burnt because I was like kind of high up in the salt pans. And that's somewhere again you don't really expect to get burnt because it gets very cold. It's very extreme weather there. Like in the evening, it's like the coldest I think I've ever felt. It was like so uncomfortable. I could barely sleep because it was so cold. But then you're like with the white salt, and you're just in exposed areas, and you get like very burnt very quick. Yeah, that's where I got like very chapped lips, got very burnt. Well, not very burnt, I wasn't like too bad, but I got burnt. That's what I mean. Actually no, these stones do not insulate very well. This is limestone. The walls are very thick, and it is great for the summertime. It keeps it nice and cool. But you can also hear a lot. Also the wire it can stretch. I'm trying to show. So I don't know if you can see, that's my ceiling. It's also made out of stone. And I have a neighbour above me. I can hear everything. It's very, those stones aren't very thick. I can hear everything. Everything echoes. And they're also, they tend to absorb like moisture. They're kind of like breathable, so you have to make sure they're not like covered with I've got another wall that's actually covered with parts of cement that was done by the previous owner. I need to get that fixed. They put cement over it so it can't breathe, and therefore it's like, it almost looks like it's crying, especially in the summer. But could also be why someone thought it was echoey, because the stone everywhere. Some modern buildings in Malta, they do use cinder blocks. They still use the like the limestone, but they use like newer this is like an old building, so it is all limestone, and also earth in between. I don't know if you can. The stone behind me, I don't know if you guys can see. Maybe if I zoom in a bit. So this stone here, I don't know if you guys can see, that's actually like a bit of earth. Like back in the day, they used to just kind of fill it with anything. So yeah, there's like bits of earth in my wall, which isn't good for humidity either. But this is how they used to do it back then, back in the olden days. But yeah, modern day stuff, they do cinder blocks, and then they get like almost like a tile of like thin bit of limestone for the outside, and then they put that, and that's the insulation. There's no proper insulation. So modern buildings are way worse. especially if you're like on a ground floor, you get a lot of damp. I have a little bit of damp problems on my ground floor property, because it's like it's got a well which collects rainwater, so that's something I need to sort out at some point. Yes, limestone does keep it cool. I mean, the main reason they use limestone though is because Malta is small, it's hard to get materials here, and it's one resource they've actually got an abundance of, or at least they used to. They've got a lot of quarries here with limestone. Trees, although there is the wooden beams, yeah, trees aren't as common. I think when the Order of the St. John's Knights came over in the 1600s, they did plant a load of trees. They planted a forest, I think, in Busket Gardens, I think it is. Don't quote me on that, I could be wrong. And they did that so they could hunt, mainly. And also, I guess, for resources, because they like used to use a lot of ships, like it's an island, so yeah, ships are very important. That's part of why they chose Malta, and why many countries have come to Malta and kind of taken over. When the Ottomans, they also tried to invade at one point. Yeah, like I think like a lot of cement, it's like plaster and stuff, and they don't insulate. I thought in Germany you're pretty good for insulation, but maybe it depends what part you're from. Yeah. And I'm not an expert on like building. I'm kind of like getting a bit of an expert on limestone, but I've kind of forgotten a lot of my little factoids. I'll zoom out a little bit again, a little bit close, but yeah. My house is a little bit scuffed. It's a work in progress. I kind of feel like once I do one job, usually I have to do another one, so just how it goes. I mean, thankfully we don't get much rain here, which is good and bad. Like bad for like growing stuff, but when it does rain, it really pours. It comes down very strong. Drainage is a problem, but where I live, it's like kind of up on a hill, so I don't have too many problems with that. How old is the house? It's from, I don't know exactly, probably parts of it are older than others. Probably from the 1600s, parts of it, and parts of it are probably newer, because Malta was bombed pretty heavily during World War II, so a lot of stuff got rebuilt again. So it's parts of it are old, parts of it are probably more modern from like, yeah, World War II, but maybe parts of the 60s as well, like, you know, but it's yeah, I don't have to worry about things being up to code in the same way other people, because it's pre-1968. Yeah, you'd have trouble demolishing this with your fists. I mean, the limestone to cut through is actually quite easy, but to lift, some of these blocks, like these are smaller, but I have some that are like massive, like they're this big and they're this thick. And some of my walls are like double, sometimes even triple stone, so it's very thick. Although some of my walls are a little bit crumbly, so they do need replacing. That's the problem with limestone. It is a living thing, and it does deteriorate. As my stonemasons, they call it, they say it gets sick. So like when one stone gets sick, like it can spread to the other stones. There's lots of like old remedies to kind of try and do that, like some people use linseed oil, but I've heard that's actually bad for the stone because it kind of seals in the moisture and it needs to breathe. I've also heard people use old milk, using milk on there, but I don't think I want to try that because I think that would stink. I hate the smell of milk as it is, and if it's I can imagine in the summer that would reek. And yeah, probably there's some ghosts here. I always joke that I've got Kevin Costner in my well, but I don't know if that's true. There's a chance I might have an old eel down there. Apparently back in the day, they used to put eels down in the well to clean them, to like eat all the bugs and the snails and things, and the debris, but I don't know. Yeah, Kevin Costner, Waterworld, that's why I say Kevin Costner. Because I've heard like some splashes, but it's probably just a stone falling down. I haven't been down into my well because it's pretty dark and I have no idea how big it is. The previous owner boasted that he apparently took a boat down there one time and took the boat into the other people's, because all the wells are connected to all the different buildings, but I don't think that was true. I think he was bullshitting me, but I don't know, maybe it is true. Maybe it's massive down there and I'm missing out on a nice wine cellar or something if I closed it off. Or maybe there's like a whole world down there of like eels or Kevin Costner. I don't know. Maybe his family lives down there. You look forward to seeing the outside of the house. Yeah, I don't think I'll be showing the outside of the house. Yeah, I don't want to dox myself. But I may show, once my power bank arrives and I've sorted out an eSIM with like some data, proper data, I might start walking about Malta in general and show people what Malta has to offer. I don't know. I'm not the most technical person, so it's going to take me a minute to figure out how to do it. But if other people can do it, I'm sure I can figure it out. I don't know, it might go wrong the first few times, but I'll try my best. We'll see how that goes. And I'll show you some of old Malta, some of new Malta maybe. I don't know where I'd go first, maybe Valletta. Or maybe somewhere a bit quieter so I can get used to streaming in public, because it's a bit different talking to you guys now when no one can hear me, apart from maybe my neighbours. If I'm out in public, I don't know, I might get a bit shy. I don't know, it's kind of weird walking around with a selfie stick. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if it's in me or not. I'll try. We'll see how it goes. It might take a bit of practice. Yeah, maybe if I get a GoPro or something, I can try and put my and a light that's waterproof, I can try and put it under there. I don't know. Or if I ever finally get someone to clean my well, I can show it off. But at the moment it's full of water, so I actually removed the well cap at the top because it was like, it kind of takes up a lot of room. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do with a well. I did try and get a quote for a well once, but I think they're trying to rip me off, so that's what the butcher told me anyway, so I don't know. And then someone told me about eels, but I don't know if I feel comfortable just throwing a load of eels down there. I don't know, I'd have to like keep feeding them or something, it's more work. And yeah, hopefully I don't have a sharknado down there. I hope there's no sharks, I don't know. Could be like what's that film with LL Cool J in it or something? Where the sharks are really smart. That would be scary. And yes, I should ask ChatGPT. I do ask ChatGPT a lot what to do. Yeah. I mean, Google even has its own AI that tells you what to do now. But being told what to do and then actually being able to do it, especially alone, in the middle of like nowhere maybe, away from home, it's a little different to like doing a stream here. I mean, I still have technical difficulties with some of these apps. I've had like stuff cut out. Thankfully it seems pretty good right now, but chessman camera, yeah, like maybe I should look into that. I thought about that, but then it might, if I'm walking, I don't know if it's gonna like bounce about a lot or something. Maybe I need like an actual, I don't know, maybe it's gonna make me look more weird if I've got like some sort of straps on me and a camera. I don't know. Maybe just get a helmet, put it on my forehead or something, I don't know. I think my biggest problem will be power. Like, because although this camera is pretty good, streaming obviously it does run down a lot. And like my other camera that I used usually, not camera, my other phone that I use for chat is like my old phone, which is really old, from like 2018, so it doesn't last very long. It also doesn't show YouTube, so YouTube chat. So yeah, sorry about that, YouTube, you might have to miss out. Maybe I'll take you, but I might not be able to answer your questions. Yeah, I think it was Deep Blue Sea, the shark thing. I don't know, it's so long ago, but yeah, I just remember I was already kind of a little bit scared of sharks. I have an irrational fear of going in open water. Like, I've never seen a shark, and I hope to never see a shark, but it does worry me a little bit going in the ocean, swimming in the ocean. Especially when you go over the dark bits, like if you go like deeper and there's like a big pile of seaweed and it does get pretty deep. I have no idea what's there, and that scares me because I can swim, but I'm not very fast. There's no way I could outswim a shark, so. Yeah, Pembroke, that's pretty near St. Julian's. I don't know, is that Arabic sounding? I'm not sure. I thought that's the least Arabic sounding. There's Mdina. That's the original capital of Malta, also known as the Silent City. Little factoid for you. It's like right in the centre of Malta. Well, pretty central, not maybe the super central, but like you can get a good view of all of Malta from there. That's, I think Medina is like the Arabic word for a town or city or something. So that's definitely an Arabic one. A lot of them are named after saints as well, like St. Julian's I said, but it's San Julian. I used to live in a place called San Juan, which is like basically the Maltese for St. John. I think that's like the Italian influence coming in, the sun. Hazzabush, Innasha, and Preston North End. Yeah, Preston North End, the most Arabic sounding of all. IRL streamers are using necklace mounts. It's a hard plastic necklace. I'll have to check it out. Like, I need to get a case also for my phone. At the moment it's caseless and it's getting a little bit scuffed just from the tripod, and I do worry that I might have butter fingers and drop it on the hard concrete floors of Malta. There's not much grass or things about, so it probably would smash. I'm used to just having cheap phones, not this is super expensive, it's a second-hand phone, but I'd rather not smash it up if I can. I'm with you on that one, shoxophobia, yeah. I mean, it's not a bad fear to have, it makes sense to be scared of sharks, but it's very unlikely you're going to find a shark just swimming around the harbour or whatever. It's just my own irrational fear. I think you have to go further out. I mean, Malta is actually made up of like a few different islands. There's Malta, there's Gozo, Camino, and then there's like, I think it's called Filfa or Fifla. I don't know, I'm not very good with the pronunciation of the Maltese words. It's uninhabited, but I think it's meant to be a bit of a breeding ground for sharks. I think Sicily as well sometimes gets shark breeding, but again, I've never heard of a shark attack in Malta, so probably more likely in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, or one of those sort of places. But it can happen, it could happen. I think during COVID, when there was less boats and cruise ships about, there was a lot more sea life coming closer to shore, like dolphins, I think there were some shark sightings, but not dangerous sharks. I can't remember the type of shark, but yeah, no great whites or anything. I lived in your city. St. John? Is that, or San Juan? Your can crushing bottles plastic. Not 100% sure what you mean there, Mons. Do you mean about like recycling here? Yeah, in Malta you have to pay 10 cents on bottles and some cans and some glass bottles as well if it's produced in Malta. And that deposit you can get back by taking to a reverse vending machine, but you have to make sure the bottle is whole so you can't crush the cans. So that's why earlier, if you saw, there was like a big pile of bags of bottles, because it takes up so much room, because you have to have the bottles whole, and I've got all these 2-litre bottles of water, because the tap water here isn't great to drink, so I use a lot of bottled water. If that's what you mean, I don't know. Yeah, they probably are smart enough to avoid boats. There's a lot of cruise ships come to Malta, so sometimes jellyfish get like kind of caught and come in, and then we end up with like a load of jellyfish in Malta. But yeah, overall not too much. Turtles, you get sea turtles in Malta. I think it's just sort of breeding, well, not breeding season, laying season has just stopped. So if you're ever coming to Malta, make sure it's not during turtle laying season, unless you want to see the turtles hatch from their eggs. It does mean a lot of beaches are closed off, or at least cordoned off in certain areas to allow the turtles to make their way to the sea. I mean, it's kind of a fun sight in itself, but yeah, if you're coming here for a beach holiday, some of the nice beaches like Ramla, which is in Gozo, yeah, a lot of the areas are like cordoned off because of the turtles, and they've just banned smoking on some of the beaches as well in Ramla and Golden Bay, which is quite nice actually. You thought Maltese was way closer to Italian. Yeah, no, it's definitely more close to Arabic. It does have like words like grazie and ciao, but it's kind of like Arabic spoken with an Italian accent. It's yeah, it's kind of like, and there's a bit of French in there too, with the bonjour instead of bonjour, and they say bonsoir, but it's spelt weird. And yeah, they've got like English words like instead of alright, it's alright, we spelled with an O. Kind of reminds me of Malay, like how in Malaysia, like a lot of the English words there were spelt kind of how they sound, like taxi. It was like with a K in it. That's not in Malta. In Malta it's just taxi. Someone generally they call it. And yeah, I can't pronounce that. I was trying to learn a little bit of German, but yeah, I'm not Oh, you're talking about the recycling, yeah. Yeah, in the Airbnb, when I usually get German guests, they know the drill, and either they ask me where the recycling places are, or they leave all the bottles nicely lined up so I can take them. They know not to crush them. I have a good ability having 5 conversations at once on Kick, Twitch and YouTube. Well, I don't know if I'm doing that great of a job. Maybe if I ever get more popular and I have actually people watching me, it'll be harder. I had a DBR raid, well not raid my chat, but he came into my chat the other day, and that was the most people I had to speak to at the same time. My chat was moving really fast, For me anyway, not the fastest. I've seen chats move faster, but that was a little daunting, trying to keep up with that. Hopefully it's not too confusing for you guys. Like, I'm trying to read out what people have said so that you know what the other people, but sometimes I forget. So, Nordic countries have vending machines. Yeah, I've seen like in Norway they have the reverse vending machines, but I think they have it where you can just like take a bag and it just does it in one go, whereas in Malta you've got to do one at a time. I don't know if you've got that in Germany, if it's one at a time, or if you can just throw a bag in there and it just does it by weight. But I don't know how effective that is. I think I saw Knut, I don't know if anyone knows Knut, the streamer. I think he got mad at the machine one time because it basically ate his bottles and didn't give him any money. And yeah, I think everyone likes sea turtles. Kutsu, I'm saying that right. Yes, I mean, for you guys, you don't know, maybe I'm switching between the voices in my head and the voices on stream. I do feel a little bit like a crazy person, like I have to remember like that not everyone knows that I'm multi-streaming, so. Oh, you've got a choice in Germany, have you, between having a full bag or doing it individual? Do you find it's more accurate like doing it individual, or like is it pretty good doing it, just throwing it in? Where's the banana bread? Oh. So this is where I drop it on the floor, but yeah, here's the banana bread. I already tried a bit. Kind of fingering it up now, but yeah, it's just me eating it, so yeah. I did it in a bundt case. It turned out pretty good. So I forgot to kind of finish eating it. Oh, trying to swallow a big chunk then. But yeah, it tastes better now it's cooled down a bit. But yeah, shouldn't swallow it in one. I'm not used to eating on a camera. I used to have a big, I used to hate eating in restaurants because I used to hate how people might judge me with eating and, I don't know, chewing noises. I don't know, I used to feel really self-conscious about that. So, yeah, I don't know why I just ate that in a big chunk. That's, I don't know, the pressure of being on stream. I guess I forgot how to eat. Looks good, thank you, Ella. And kuzu is an invasive vine here in the US, native to the Southeast Asia, took over the southern US. Oh, okay. I mean, is it like English ivy? I know that's I think that's getting banned in a lot of greenhouses. What are they called? Oh my god, I've gone blank. Like garden centres in the UK, we call them. Yeah, like a lot of garden centres, I think have banned them in certain countries because it's kind of takes over and it ends up destroying like stone. Actually, my neighbour, I noticed they've got a bit of ivy growing up and it's going right by my window, and I don't know if I should do something about it before it beds roots into my stone and destroys something. I don't know. I don't want to have the awkward conversation, but it looks nice. And I saw that stomach rumbles and I thought you were saying about me. I don't know if I made some stomach rumbles. I don't think my camera, like my phone mic is that good to pick that up. Your favourite hiking spot is absolutely covered in it, hence the name. How does it taste? I never tasted it before. You've never had banana bread? Didn't get into the trend during COVID. I mean, kind of tastes like bananas, quite kind of caramelly, because I used a dark brown sugar. I guess, yeah, molasses. It's quite good. It's not too sweet. I don't like it too sweet, so this is perfect for me. I mean, it's called banana bread. It's basically cake, but like a less sweet cake. And I prefer it to probably a proper cake, just because it is less sweet. I wish I had some nuts in it. That would have been great. That's my criticism. It's quite buttery, but yeah, like the bananas. I had 2 of my bananas that were extremely ripe, which is why it's probably got that kind of caramel taste, quite sweet. But 2 of them were less ripe. They were ripe, but not like brown. So yeah, it's kind of like a good mix. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not turned out bad, even if I do say so myself. Unfortunately, you guys can't. You don't have to take my word for it, basically. Unless I can mail it to you, but I don't think it would make it to the US or the Netherlands or Germany or anything in one piece. Especially the US, I think they would confiscate that. Yeah, the bananas were pretty questionable. They were pretty jacked up. Well, I don't know unless that's what you mean. 2 were kind of smaller, 2 were bigger. There were different brands. I bought some more bananas when I was buying butter, just in case I didn't have enough banana. But the bananas weren't actually too bad. Once I took the skin off, the ones, they were like actually black, but it's because I put them in the fridge. The problem with living in a hot country, things get ripe very fast, and also flies, like fruit flies are a bit of a problem. So I put them in the fridge to stop the fruit flies coming in. As soon as it starts to ripen, they're right there. So yeah, I put them in the fridge, but I think that makes the skin go black. But the actual banana wasn't too bad. Where does most of the produce in Malta come from? Spain, I'm assuming. Spain is one of the places, yes. Pre-Brexit, Malta used to get a lot of stuff from the UK. It still does, but the price has gone up a bit and it's a bit harder to get maybe some of the brands I'm used to. But it comes from all over. We get a lot of stuff from Poland as well. Greece, Turkey, Italy is probably the main one. Especially Lidl, a lot of stuff from Lidl comes from Italy. Germany too, we get a lot of German stuff. But I think it kind of depends. Like, I do find you get certain brands in Malta and you get used to a certain brand or a certain product and you're like, oh, this is delicious, I love it. And then it's gone, and it's gone forever. It's like everywhere, and then suddenly it's gone and you never see it again. I don't know if Malta's getting on discount, like a big shipment of it, and then it's just, they move on to the next. So don't get used to any particular brands if you come to Malta. And yeah, Amazon, you can get Amazon deliveries here, but it's, I have to use Amazon Germany or UK. I used to use UK, I think because of Brexit, I think I get charged extra, so if there's brands I like, I have to get them on Amazon maybe, but yeah, or elsewhere, and pay loads of shipping. But yeah, if you buy in season, there is a lot of produce in Malta. It's obviously limited compared to most places. It's not as much farmland, and when it's not been raining, we've had like a very dry winter. It's good for us, but for the farmers, it's bad. I was saying earlier, like pumpkin. That seems to be in season right now. It's very cheap and there's a lot of it. I think marrows also, they seem to be kind of in season right now as they're cheap. But stuff like broccoli and cauliflower right now, it's very expensive, at least for Malta standard. But I think next month probably I'll start seeing broccoli and cauliflower like 2 for €1 or something. Usually cabbage gets pretty cheap eventually. You're from Germany, almost everything is from Spain, seems like, aside from asparagus, Italian tomatoes. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like fresh produce, probably more so, like vegetables, more so Sicily and Italy. But you do pay a premium, especially if you get stuff that's out of season. It's best to buy it in season. They have a lot of farmers markets. Yeah, so we can buy direct from farmers, which is good. But yeah, you have to kind of know, you get a feel for what's in season. I should know better what's in season and what's not, but usually it's just by price. I can tell, like peaches, we just had peach season, I think. It was, peaches were very cheap, but a lot of those peaches did come from Sicily, especially the flat peaches, like the donut peaches. I forgot what the exact name is, but yeah. Okay, drinker 655, that's interesting. Good for you. Here in the UK we have peas, lots of peas, pea milk, pea crisps, lots of peas. Yeah, I have seen a lot of pea protein. Isn't that what the like the Impossible burgers and things, aren't they made from a pea protein? Or maybe it's the other brand. I know there's like two brands of like the meat, like the burgers that were like quite popular for a while. We do sometimes get that stuff here in Malta, but yeah, buying vegetarian stuff that's like pre-made, like the meats and things like corn and stuff, it's quite pricey and more difficult to get hold of. It's better to like buy vegetables, make sure it's in season, and then you can like live like a king, as a veggie king. A lot easier. Yeah, also certain meats it's quite hard to get here if you are a meat eater. You'd think fish would be really cheap here because it's an island, and you think like fishing, yeah, like it's a fishing place, and there are fishing villages, but because Malta is small, the population is small, like it's just not very popular for people to be fishermen anymore. They can only buy small quantities or fish small quantities. So fish, especially local fish, is actually very expensive. It's better to buy frozen for that. It's cheaper. They have a few fish farms, but yeah, like fish, not that cheap and harder to get hold of, especially good fish. Lamb is very hard to find. It's getting easier, but you don't get it so much. But chicken, pork, very popular. I think those, because it takes up less room to, I guess, have pigs and chickens. Cows, they must have cows here because they have local milk, the Benna milk. That's what the butter I used in this was, local Maltese milk, like butter. But I have never seen a cow in my whole time of living in Malta. But they're somewhere, I guess. I've seen chickens, I've seen pigs, I've seen horses in like people's garages, but never a cow. A lot of the beef, I think, comes from either Italy or sometimes Poland, I've seen it, and Spain. Where's my mouse not working? Oh, you're a big meat eater, are you, Spiro? Can I ask, is it Spiro or Spyro? I just assumed Spiro, and for some reason I thought maybe you're Greek, but I'm maybe making assumptions, and I just kind of stuck with it. But maybe it's Spyro. Kudzu, I need a fishing rod. Yeah, I think in Malta actually you need a license to fish, but I have seen people fishing here. It does happen. But yeah, to buy fish local, it's actually kind of harder to buy. A lot of people are quite big meat eaters as well. They love their beef and meat. EU pays really well for fish and they export it all from the UK. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the fish I find is usually frozen, and it's usually imported. It's rare that you get you get fish that's local, maybe lampuki though, my namesake. It's like when it's lampuki season, that's when you know it's good to eat the fish. GoPro cow hunt, yeah, maybe once I go IRL and I get my my SIM sorted, data package or whatever, and my battery power bank, I'll have to go search for the cows. They must be somewhere. I don't know if they're indoors or what, but yeah, I don't know, maybe Gozo. Gozo is more of the farming place. That's where they used to have a lot of sheep as well. They did have lamb, but I think foot and mouth disease killed them off. They had to get cold, unfortunately, and they never really replaced the lambs. You're a chicketarian, okay. Big chicken. Are you like a white or a dark meat kind of chicken person, or both? Been watching MasterChef lately, the latest season on YouTube, and I've been seeing a lot of dried chicken breasts, so I hope you're not one of those dried chicken breast people that try to replace like a nice stew with some chicken breast in it, and then it's like dry when it should be chicken thigh or something. Okay, so, oh, Spyro. So it's Spyro cute, okay. I've been calling you Spiro, I'm sorry. I'll try my best not to do that, but I guess you don't care that much, otherwise you would have said something. I mean, probably it's not the worst pronunciation of any of the names that I've had here, so yeah. Local mozzarella producer hunt. Yeah, there's a good place actually in Slima, near Slima Ferries. They do their own mozzarella and it's delicious. Yeah, so, and sometimes around the local streets here, you do get a cheese man selling, it's like a local fresh cheese. It's not quite like mozzarella, it's probably closer to ricotta. It's kind of like in a little pot thing. You do get, yeah, you get that sometimes where they come street to street, but I haven't seen them for a while. Also the, oh, what's the bean man? Oh, I've forgotten what it's called now, but whatever. Oh, bajula, the bajula man with the fava beans. It's like a fava bean dip. There's like a man who usually shouts out like bajula. Yeah, there's like plenty of banana bread here, Ada. I tried a bit, it's good. It's cooled down now, it's perfect. You'll just have to come here and get it. I need to get their asses out there so folks can get some cheese and beans. Yeah, I mean, there's also the donut man. You get the donut man, he's usually beeping his horn, and the bread man, and the gas man. They all beep their horn, they've got different beeps. I'm still learning the beeps. I've lived here for a while and I still don't know what beep is what. So when I run out of gas and I need to get my gas, yeah, I'm usually like having to pop my head out all the time, and just in case it's the gas man. But yeah, sometimes it's the bread man, or sometimes it's you get a lot of like veg trucks as well. You can call the gas people as well. Sometimes I do that; it's a lot easier. But there's been some times where they haven't turned up, so. Can I call them instead? Already answered that one. Peanut butter and grape sandwich on the banana bread. That sounds good. Don't know, I haven't really seen much, oh, like actual grapes. I was thinking like you meant grape jelly or jam. But that's like an American thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't usually put much on my banana bread. So that's just my friend's shadow. I've got a friend staying with me, so I'm not getting invaded, don't worry. Need a battery of horns on your front window so you can honk them and call them. Yeah, I'll have to start coming up with my own beeps, maybe confuse the neighbours. I think sometimes the birds actually, I've heard them like make noises like beeps. I don't know if like there's a crow up there or something. I've seen like a black bird, so maybe it's a crow, and I think it does copy the noises. So that gets confusing as well. There's one that sounds a bit like an alarm clock, and another one that sounds like a honking car, and then I realised no, it's just a bird. So those of you who heard the birds earlier and who didn't see them. I don't know if it's crows or ravens, but I know there's like one black bird, they can kind of mimic some phrases, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm talking out my ass, I don't know. But I feel like there are some birds that can mimic. Yeah, I heard they can carry grudges. And I know magpies, the black and white ones, I know they like shiny things. My grandmother used to have like a load of magpies that used to hang out on one of the big trees, and they're always like kind of scoping out, waiting for like something shiny to grab. Oh yeah, maybe it's the ravens, not the crows. I can hear them now, I think they know I'm talking about them. They're gonna get me, it's like a Hitchcock movie. And hey Kaylee, how's it going? WSG, I don't know what that means. What's good? I still don't really understand, but yeah, I've just been making banana bread. Well, I was ages ago. Probably dinner time now. I probably should sign off soon so that I can get some dinner, just not eat cake. I mean, I've got a lot of cake on my own, but I can't have that for dinner. I mean, I could, I guess, but probably not very nutritious, even though it's got bananas in there. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It turned out pretty good. I mean, I haven't eaten much of it, but I think I'll save most of it for my dessert. It turned out better than I thought. I was worried I was going to burn it. It's quite dark brown just because I used dark brown sugar, so it's not burnt. No, I don't. I'm terrible at baking usually, and although I can cook, I'm not like an amazing chef or anything. I have an Airbnb as my main income, and I clean it. That's what I usually do on stream. I do content writing sometimes as well, content writing, SEO, affiliate marketing, all those boring things. Yes, but I just thought I had some old bananas, why not stream it? I had to do something with them, and yeah, it's going to be a while before I do my clean next. It's not till Thursday, I don't think, that these guests check out, so that's when I'll have to be doing some more cleaning. No, I'm not from the US. I'm from the UK originally, a place called Brighton, but I live in Malta, the little tiny island of Malta. It's in between Sicily and Tunisia. How's the cost of living in compared to the UK? Oh, by the way, Kaylee, you're new here, so I'm actually multi-streaming, so I'm on Kick, Twitch and YouTube, so if you hear me answering someone else's question, yeah, it's just a different chat if you can't see it, okay? So yeah, the cost of living is actually pretty reasonable. It has gone up a lot in Malta. It used to be one of the reasons I came here, actually. It was very cheap. You could get a 3-bedroom apartment in a pretty good area for under 400 euros, and that included like electric and gas and all that stuff. Well, not gas, maybe electric and water. Now that same apartment would be more than double, probably triple. But I live in a pretty cheap area, so it's not too bad for me. And I don't have many outgoing expenses other than like, just keeping the lights on, that kind of thing. I'm a girl with pretty low maintenance-ish. Not completely, but yeah. Yeah, the UK is pretty cool. I haven't lived there for a while now. I don't know, it's like seems a little bit crazy right now with all that flag drama, but I do miss the UK sometimes. I thought about going back a few times, but I do quite like Malta. It's a beautiful Mediterranean island. It's pretty reasonable to live and rent here. And yeah, I'm very close to the sea. The weather's usually good. Most of the time it's sunny. Maybe a little too sunny sometimes, that's the only problem. But yeah, I mean, there's always good and bad for any country. I'm guessing you say you're from the US. Sorry, I haven't caught up with the cat yet. I don't know if it's very impressive being on multiple platforms, but my someone non-technical like me, is I guess it's pretty impressive. I managed to figure it out, but yeah, I just use Restream. For anyone that wants to multi-stream, that's just what I use. It's easy, pretty easy. I've had some teething problems along the way, but mostly it's been pretty easy. Yeah, if I didn't get seasick, kudzu, a boat would be great. Unfortunately, I get terribly, terribly seasick. And I've had some pretty bad experiences in Malta when it's been rough, including having to get rescued one time. But maybe I'll save that story for another time. You want to go to the UK? Yeah, I mean, the UK is great. I'd maybe choose it for when it's not too, the weather isn't too crappy. And it also depends where you go. I mean, there's although the UK is also small, it does, each place has its own like accent and speciality food-wise and weather, it feels like. I'm from the southeast, so I'm like in a kind of slightly warmer part. That's where I'm originally from, by the seaside. But London's pretty cool. Southwest and Cornwall, beautiful beaches. In the East Midlands, it's nice to go walking because it's very flat. You get a lot of farmland. I haven't really been that far north, but I hear it's great. It's good for the pubs. And yeah, furthest north I've been is Nottingham, I think. Or maybe Leeds. Maybe is Leeds slightly more north? No, that's not, is it? I don't know. I'm terrible with UK geography. Yes, I have been to the US. I've been to a place called Delaware. I had some family living there, that's why I went. It's very flat from what I remember. Food was pretty good, very affordable, but not much to do if you don't have a car because it's very far between things, from what I remember. It's not like here where you can just walk to the shops and grab some milk or whatever. Inspire, you love London. Yeah, I mean, London's cool. I mean, growing up, I always wanted to live in London. That was my goal, but then I chose Malta instead. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get my sea legs. Yeah, it's a limestone wall. It's a pretty old wall, about 500 years old. Yeah, people do talk about Manchester. I've never been, so I can't comment on it. I just know that Oasis, that's where they're from. No, I do not live in a castle or dungeon. It's just an old house in Malta. It's a traditional kind of old Maltese house. They use limestone here because it's the main resource that they have here. Oh, you're from Austin, Texas, Kaylee, cool. Yeah, I've never been there, but I imagine it's good for barbecue and just food in general. I hear it's good. I know a lot of streamers live there. And could see you've been to Manchester, Edinburgh and Glasgow. Well, I actually really want to go to Scotland. If I didn't live in Malta, Scotland is a good possibility, but I worry that it would be too cold. Okay guys, it's good talking to you all, but I think I'm gonna head off and grab some food. Otherwise I'm just gonna end up eating all this cake and then I'm gonna end up on a sugar high, which is not good for me. So yeah, hopefully you like the I don't know, the alternative to cleaning. I mean, you saw a little bit of cleaning with me washing up, but yeah, I'll be back again on Thursday to see how the guests have left the place. But yeah, I guess I'm going to call it there. Even though it just seems to be kicking off with chatting, it's been great chatting with everyone. But yeah, I need to eat something. All I've had is coffee and cake, so probably not good for me. Okay, ciao everyone, and yeah, hope to see you next stream. If not, have a good weekend.